Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Thank you very much, and welcome to a special meeting of Regina City Council for September 23rd. This is a one-issue special meeting of City Council. If I could have a motion to confirm the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. A seconder, please. Councillor Barshiani, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll get right into delegations. We have 13 delegations this evening. First one is Marilyn Degelman. Ms. Degelman, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Your Worship, members of City Council, my name is Marilyn Degelman. I was a registered nurse. I worked 32 years full-time, 42 in total. I will relate to you statistics and signs and symptoms of sexually transmitted diseases. The concern with body rub parlors increasing the spread of sexually transmitted diseases is my presentation. The statistics are for former years, but this is the latest data that is available. An alert was sent out to Saskatchewan doctors January the 8th, 2017 from the Saskatchewan Ministry of Health regarding the increased rate of sexually transmitted diseases. Saskatchewan's rates are high compared to the rest of Canada. Syphilis was 2.7% higher in 2016 from 2015 for the same period. Gonorrhea increased substantially in 2016, 39% from 2015. 60 cases of syphilis, up from 22 for the same time period, 2015 to 2016. 1,087 cases of gonorrhea, up from 779 for the same time period. The concern with gonorrhea is now that there is a resistant strain in Saskatchewan. The gonorrhea rate nationally was 36.2 per 100,000, but in Saskatchewan it was 93.6 per 100,000. Saskatchewan rates are also high compared to the rest of Canada. In 2012, the Public Health Agency of Canada's statistics were chlamydia cases were 298.7 per 100,000, but in Saskatchewan, there were 526 per 100,000. Between 1998 and 2015, chlamydia was the most common sexually transmitted infection, which rose from 39,372 to 116,499 annual cases. From the most recent health status report, chlamydia is the most common sexually transmitted infection and is transmitted orally, anally, and vaginally. Frequently, it is asymptomatic but causes pelvic inflammatory disease, ectopic pregnancy, and infertility in females. At birth, mother-baby transmission may cause conjunctivitis and pneumonia in newborns. Another chlamydia infection, luogranuloma venereum, can be complex and severe, causing swollen lymph nodes, fever, muscle pains, and general health. Gonorrhea rates increased 5,076 to 19,845. Every time a new antibiotic is introduced to treat gonorrhea, it mutates and develops a resistance. Symptoms of gonorrhea are increased vaginal discharge, painful urination, vaginal bleeding between periods such as after intercourse, painful intercourse, and abdominal or pelvic pain. Untreated gonorrhea can cause serious, permanent health problems for both men and women and can spread to the uterus and fallopian tubes, causing pelvic inflammatory disease, and it can also spread to the blood, called arthritis dermatitis syndrome, which can cause joint pain and or skin lesions. Syphilis cases rose from 501 in the late 90s to 4,551 in 2015. Syphilis is highly contagious. Stage 1 is a chancre, a painless ulcer that will go away. Not treated is stage 2, sore throat, fever, headaches, swollen glands, muscle aches, wart-like patches around folds of skin or genitals, loss of appetite, and extreme fatigue. It is a legal obligation to disclose a sexually transmitted infection. There has been an increase in all age groups, and consequences of not getting tested can be significant. Not all people are getting tested. Body rub parlors are another mode of transmitting sexually transmitted infections, which brings embarrassment, shame, anger, or depression, can ruin relationships and marriages. Conclusion, there should be no body rub parlors in Regina.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any members of council with questions? There is. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming back. I remember you from Executive Committee. I'm just curious if you could expand a little bit on the connections here. So you list the effects of unprotected sex and then ban body rubs, but I'm not seeing the actual connection here.
Well, the more people, the more sex, the more sexually transmitted diseases you have. And with body rub parlors, are they getting themselves checked? And besides, you can get an infection and spread the disease before you are checked.
So would it be fair to say that in your perspective, we should actually have health professionals interacting with individuals that work in these establishments to prevent the STIs?
I would think it's just like you get the flu. You don't know where you get it from. And I would think that it doesn't make that much of a difference.
Okay, thank you. When I look at, for instance, UN AIDS, if I look at some of the medical literature that administration has provided us, what they make clear is that the criminalization of sex work amplifies their risks. And what
Yes.
they've actually said is criminalization and bans can lead to higher rates of STIs and AIDS. Do you have any comments about that research?
Well, I believe that some of those thoughts were presented in other people's presentations in June.
Okay. Do you have, as a healthcare practitioner, do you have anything to say about the connection between criminalizing and banning and increased risks of
That's
AIDS?
not my
this?
area of
Okay,
expertise.
great, thank you.
I was told that the City Council is in contact with the sexually transmitted diseases all the time. I did ask for someone from the sexually transmitted disease clinic to come with me to answer any questions, and she said you're in contact all the time. So.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to our next delegation, if there's no other questions, to Ed Smith. Welcome back to City Council, Mr. Smith. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
My name is Ed Smith. I'm here speaking personally from a personal story. So thank you for this opportunity to address His Worship the Mayor and City Councillors regarding the issue of regulation of massage parlors in Regina. I will begin by saying that I am opposed to allowing these establishments to operate in our city. To begin with, let's be clear that massage parlors sell sexual services. I want to give you some background as to why I want to see them banned in our city. In 1990, my 17-year-old daughter was lured into the sex trade, and within a year of entering this destructive lifestyle, she was brutally murdered. Since her death, my wife and I have determined to do all we can to help those trapped in the sex trade to get out and to warn young people of the dangers that lurk there. The truth is that much harm is done to both the suppliers of sexual services and the consumers of these services. The majority of those supplying the sexual services are women, and the majority of the consumers are men. Since my daughter's death, I have been a speaker at over 200 John schools in Saskatoon and Regina. I speak at the John schools to help the men understand the harm they are doing to the women they are using and to themselves and their families. The men attending the John schools have been arrested for attempting to purchase sex and have opted to attend the John school so that they can remain anonymous. They don't want anyone to know what they have done. They know their actions are wrong and readily admit that they are hurting themselves and their families. When asked how they think the women feel who provide the service, they say they try not to think about that. At the John schools, there are always women who speak to the men who have been arrested. These women are former sex workers who have been trafficked across Western Canada and were involved in street prostitution in some cases, some worked out of hotels or motels, some through escort agencies, and some in massage parlors. They talk very bluntly about how being a provider of sexual services has left them feeling demolished. They feel worthless. They say they feel like a piece of trash. They feel used and empty. As a city, why would we allow a business to operate that causes so much harm to both the supplier of the service and the customer? The only person who benefits in this story is the owner who collects the money. The city report on massage parlors talks about exit strategies for sex workers, but by that time it's already too late. The damage has already been done. It seems like every day in the news we hear about another case of women and girls being abused by men who think only of their selfish desires. We need to show our women and girls that we will do everything we can to protect them. If we think that regulations, licensing, and bylaws will protect them, we are deceiving ourselves. I want to strongly encourage our city's elected leaders to take a courageous stand and let the citizens of Regina know that you really care about them by saying no to massage parlors in our city and banning them completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation, and we convey our sorrow at your loss. We do have some questions, though. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for coming forward and for your advocacy. In your experience, you worked with Johns. You've also met with women who have worked in the trade. So in your experience and the short stories that they've shared with regulation, if regulation goes forward, well, how do you see with enforcement and all that, it still may not work? If a city inspector comes out or if police comes out, what were some of the stories shared that may not work? Through Your Worship.
When I hear the stories, it's as long as the sexual activity is allowed to continue, the damage is going to continue. It doesn't matter whether the establishment is regulated or licensed. There is still that damage to the person, the personhood. And it breaks my heart to hear women talk about how they just feel like no one could possibly love them because of what they've done. And they feel badly about it. And we need to, from my perspective, do all we can to stop this. We don't want brothels in our city. That's my perspective. It damages the women, it damages the men and their families and their relationships. So, people say it'll just go underground. If we ban it, it'll just go underground. But these establishments, they need customers in order to survive. Well, if they're banned, and if they go underground, the customers are going to have to find them somehow. And I can't see why, if customers can find them and keep them in business, why our police department, for example, shouldn't be able to find them as well and enforce that ban. So I really don't see the regulation and licensing being a solution at all. It just needs to stop.
Thank you. And one last question to you, Your Worship. Did any of the girls reference being in a regulated massage parlor about being beaten? Or did they share any stories about abuse in these regulated forms? Through you, Your Worship.
Okay, the one woman that I know who was actually worked in a massage parlor and owned a massage parlor, I don't think they were regulated at that time when she owned the massage parlor or worked in the massage parlor. There were regular physical abuses taking place, beatings, and that kind of thing. That was just seen as part of the job. But I don't know whether those places were regulated or not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. There's no other questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for your presentation and answering questions. The next delegation is Fred Hill. Welcome to City Council, Mr. Hill. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Your Worship, honorable council members. First of all, I'd like to say I'm reading the prepared statement that Fred Hill has submitted to you. He is responding to a personal and community tragedy, and he's giving aid to our fellow citizens in that. So he's asked me at the last moment to read his prepared statement, and I will not be deviating off of what he's written. I'll be reading in his first-person voice. Okay. I believe the City of Regina should choose to ban body rub parlor operations within the city. But let's back up. The City of Regina recently enacted a bylaw change that reduced speeds in school zones to 30 kilometers an hour. As a driver, I don't like it, and it's an uncomfortable speed to drive at, and it presumes that I cannot drive safely at higher speeds. But I abide by the new speed limit regardless of my personal opinion. Why? Because I trust that this council has done its due diligence and appropriately concluded that the new speed limit does what our bylaws meant it to do. Regulate the behavior of citizens, regardless of their personal desires, to improve the character and safety of our community and to protect the weak and the vulnerable among us. In the case of body rub parlor regulation, I personally believe that the city administration, though well-meaning, is failing to bring forward recommendations that will protect the most vulnerable in our society. I've had several concerns with the proposed recommendation to license body rub parlor businesses. Instead of either a ban or instead of licensing the individual workers. Number one, in the administration's own report, it indicates that most cities that regulate sex work businesses require licensing of the workers, and yet this recommendation before the council is only to license the business. And that's found in Appendix A, Response to Specific Issues, page 25, question 22. Second point, the report contains information from the City of Saskatoon that licensing individual workers would reduce human trafficking, yet this recommendation is only to license the business, and references Appendix A, Response to Specific Issues, page 24, question 21. Number three, the report on the consultation with Regina Police Service Vice Squad indicates that, and I quote, "It's always a different girl there. You don't know who the owner truly is," close quote. Yet the recommendation is to recommend these businesses that we can't get a handle on. Appendix C, Summary of Engagement, page 33. Further on support of a ban, number four, the report contains feedback from frontline workers who are either in or have been successful in exiting these operations. These workers favored a ban on these operations, which is found in Appendix A, Response to Specific Issues, page 13, question 7. In the administration's own report, it validates that 3 cities in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario have bans in place for these facilities, but instead of fully answering council's question on the impact of the ban on those people exiting the businesses, the administration chose to reiterate how many cities allow these operations, sidestepping council's requests for information. And again, I would point out Appendix A, Responses to Specific Issues, page 16, question 11. Based on the administration's report, I conclude it is not valid to regulate the business and that the majority of voices recommend a ban. In my last appearance here, I urged council to consider a ban of these operations. My concern is for the safety of the workers and users, but equally importantly is my concern for the safety and character of our neighborhoods and the interests of the general population over the interests of a few business owners who we literally struggle to adequately identify. So I continue to call on you to ban these operations, taking into consideration A, the voices of participating citizens who are nearly unanimous in their call for a ban, B, the voices of past frontline workers who prefer a ban, C, the voices of the Regina Police Service who struggle to identify the true business owners, and D, the success of other cities who have been able to sustain bans on these operations. Don't protect our communities from speeding cars and then turn around and expose them to neighborhoods rife with the illegal purchase of sex from businesses we have licensed. Thank you for this opportunity to share my personal opinion. Mr. Fred Hill.
Thank you very much for your presentation, reading off his presentation. Thank you so much. There are no questions from members of council. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Nicole Pivovar. I hope I have your last name said correctly. If not, I know you'll correct me, but if you could identify yourself for the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Mayor Fougere, City Council, respected committee members. My name is Nicole Pivovar. My presentation and submission today is in support of Freedom Catalyst Regina's recommendation for massage parlors. A recommendation which allows for licensing bylaws that prevent and restrict massage parlors from operating in Regina completely. In 2011, I served with a Regina community mission called Love Lives Here. The organization is run by local humanitarians who provide an all-night bus service to reach and meet the needs of street workers in our city. While serving on the bus, I met with a street worker who told her story. I will now share a poem I authored about the street worker I met from the bus. It was recently published in an anthology collection by Moose Jaw Night Riders, and the poem is titled Fifth Lady. I'm keeping this image of this woman I barely know locked up inside a box. I remember her. Gracing her with only one glance, this woman I barely know, a memory etched upon mind's eye. I remember her. Trampled by many, this woman I barely know, tossed about like soiled laundry linens. I remember her. Standing bravely tall with iron will, this woman I barely know, facing the world authentically with each passing day. I remember her. I am keeping this image of this woman I barely know, locked up inside a box. Members of the City of Regina Executive Committee have prepared a recommendation for Regina which suggests regulating the massage parlors as a business category will enable harm reduction for workers. I support the beliefs of Freedom Catalyst Regina when activities such as sexual exploitation are placed with any categorical environment. Criminal activity results. Massage parlor workers will remain at risk. We do not want this to happen. Will this government offer Regina a massage parlor solution which values a cause for abolition? Regina's future potential deserves a choice for licensing bylaws that prevent and restrict massage parlors from operating in Regina completely.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and see if there's any members of council who have questions. Oh, there are none. Thank you so much. Next delegation is Daria Frostad. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Mayor Fougere and City Council, I believe that prostitution is a form of slavery. Trafficking is the obvious crime that most people agree should not be allowed. But in reality, all prostitution is a form of exploitation against women. Prostitution is what happens in the massage parlors. Some people think that there is a distinction between overtly coerced human trafficking, like kidnapping, and those who enter into it by choice, quote unquote. But how much of a choice is there? The average age of entry into prostitution is ages 12 to 14 years old. Almost all prostituted women were sexually abused as children. Most of them turn to this because of extremely dire circumstances. When you hear about men and women working in sweatshops under terrible conditions, and yet they work there by choice because of their dire circumstances, does that really make it okay? Does that justify abuse? No, certainly not. Some people believe that somehow body rubs make it safer for women who work there because it keeps them off the streets. This is not true. If regulated massage parlors are safe, then you would think that currently existing legal brothels would be safe too. Well, let's take a look at what happens in some of the legal brothels in Nevada. Julie Bindel is a writer, feminist, and co-founder of the group Justice for Women. She wrote an article for the New York Review about her research into legal brothels. Here's what she said, and I quote, "I interviewed some 50 women who had previously been involved in prostitution. Every one of my interviewees, many of whom were prostituted under legal or decriminalized systems, told me of endemic violence from brothel owners, feelings of stigma and shame, and a lack of services to support women leaving the sex trade. One told me that she felt men are encouraged to treat the women like candy in a store and not like a human at all. Last fall, during a trip to New York, I met with Annie, a woman who had worked in 3 separate legal brothels in Nevada. Annie was nervous and seemed traumatized by her experiences. She said, 'The brothel owners are worse than any pimp,' she told me. 'They abuse and imprison women and are fully protected by the state. It is widely known that the brothels are difficult to leave.'" End of quote. And that is in legal brothels in a first world country like the United States. So basically, for women who work in these places, sexual harassment is a part of the job. Not having any rights to their own body is an expectation. Being treated like objects by men is the norm. No, it's not a safe working environment. Women have reported in various sources about being abused, coerced, attacked, strangled, threatened, raped, and told that they can't leave. And even once they do leave, it is difficult for them to start a new life. What are they going to write on their resume? So why would we want to allow it in our city? Because some men want that? How is this even a debate? In a hashtag #MeToo world, this is not okay. It should never be acceptable. Jewel Baraka, a trafficking survivor, has said, "You can't dehumanize a girl in one part of your life and not have it affect the way you relate to every other female in your life." If we as a city, as a society, normalize the sex trade with all its dehumanizing that comes with, then we are normalizing a model of manhood that goes directly against our values. In a hashtag #MeToo world, this is not okay. On a different note, I would like to point out that communicating to obtain sexual services is still against the law in Canada. Section 286.1 of the Criminal Code of Canada states that it is illegal to obtain sexual services for consideration or communicate in any place for that purpose. It is illegal. So how can the city allow criminal activity? Again, how is this even a debate? One last point. There's a lot of false information floating around on the pro-massage parlor side. There have been other times in history when people have offered logical arguments to protect institutionalized exploitation. Take pre-Civil War America. Slave owners said arguments like this to make slavery sound acceptable. They said, "The sudden end to the slave economy would have a severe negative impact on the cotton and tobacco industry. If all the slaves were freed, there would be widespread unemployment and chaos. This would lead to uprisings, bloodshed, and anarchy." Does it sound like logical arguments? Defenders of slavery argue that slavery had existed throughout history and was the natural state of mankind. This one in particular reminds me of that argument that prostitution is the oldest profession. You know what else has been around a long time? Slavery. Defenders of slavery argue that by comparison with the poor of Europe, that slaves were better cared for. They said that their owners would protect and assist them when they were sick and aged. This is like that argument that somehow women in massage parlors are safer than on the street, like if it's helping them. Times are changing. And dear City of Regina, please vote on the right side of history.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councilor Massinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you very much for your presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned a pro-body rub lobby. I've yet to be contacted by anybody for the pro-body rub side. I've had one letter dropped off today. Have you encountered people who are providing information or on a pro side of this whole debate?
Okay, thank you. I'm glad, actually, I'm encouraged to hear that. Just the general, from reading the council, the city council notes, some of the academics, I think, have said something about regulating the massage parlors helps keep women safe, and some people promote the idea that it's like empowering to women. I've seen these kind of arguments online and in other places like that.
Okay. One of the concepts I've picked up just in theory, I don't think I'm educated enough to know anything by practice, but in theory, has been that by naming somebody and providing identification for that person, for who they are and what they do, is empowering for them, and also gives them character and background should trouble happen. Would you say that's a false statement?
Well, it would depend. Like, what do you mean?
If a person's faceless and nameless, no one knows who they are and anything can happen to them. If you define a person by an identity, you've taken that away, and now they can be identified, they can be protected, they can be helped. I think that in history, people in prostitution have been faceless and nameless and forgotten by society, other than we have decisions like this. One of the considerations here is licensing. So I'm asking the question in that context.
Again, I'm just going to use the example from slavery, that even if slaves are given identification as being slaves, I don't think that would be empowering for them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Come back.
Oh, yeah, you need to stay here. Still some questions. Didn't see you walk away there. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Can you maybe just turn it down? There's a little bit of a... So I just have a question in regards to, you had indicated that speaking with women, women in a regulated form that have been regulated through massage parlors or what have you, did they ever feel that it was safer because it was regulated, because they would have bylaw come in and maybe check out some stuff, or Regina, or sorry, not Regina, but the police service come in? Did women ever feel safer, just with your knowledge that you've had conversations you've had with, through your worship?
From the article that I referenced in my speech by Julie Bendel, she interviewed all kinds of like prostitutes and legal brothels in Nevada, and they're totally protected by the state, and they felt like they were abused, and like they said, like even the owners of the massage parlors would be like abusing them and treating them terribly. So a lot of times they would even feel threatened, like they can't leave, and so there would be no help for that, even though it was a legal establishment.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. You now can return to the gallery. There's no other questions. Thank you. Next delegation is Lydia Spazek. Hope I got that right. You could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fougere and the city councillors. Thank you for allowing me to present today. I'm actually here just as an individual who lives in the heritage neighborhood, and I just wanted to share my experience in terms of, me living just across the street from one of the body rub parlors. As I said, I live on Victoria Avenue, downtown Regina, heritage neighborhood, and I didn't even know what the body rub parlor was until one opened up just across the street from where I live. And it's been 24/7, with the lights, illuminating lights across the street and people coming into the neighborhood. And even though we live on the very busy street on Victoria, it was safe. I'm in the neighborhood for 9 years now. Nothing has ever happened. Now, I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but we've seen things. Me personally, and this is only from my personal experience, the car windows being broken, the noise in front of the body rub parlor in the middle of the night, my kids waking up. I have 2 beautiful children who don't know why I'm not letting them outside to play in our front yard. I don't want these men to look at my children. I was looking at some of your recommendations, and one of them is, you mentioned, is to allow discretionary use in major arterial zones, and one of those major arterial zones is the Victoria Avenue. And I have to say, I just wanted to make a point of saying that not whole Victoria Avenue is commercial. The area where I live in is residential, 100% residential. It's not mixed residential, it's 100% residential. And this house across from my own house is a residential property. So, and Another one of your recommendation is to allow a discretion, 1 block separation distance from schools, churches, and daycares. In my opinion, I think a block away is not enough. I see people walk to go to church. I see kids walk to go to school. They pass this particular property across from my house, and these ladies, the sex workers, they come outside. And again, I've seen them. They come outside to have a cigarette on their doorstep, and they are not properly dressed. They come in their robes. My children see that. They look through the window and they wonder why these women are outside in their robes. So it's not good for anyone in the neighborhood to see that. These should not be our role models for anyone, for that matter, in our city. So one thing that bothered my husband and myself since day one is those illuminating signs, because they attract lots of attention. And we already have a zoning sign bylaw. It's and I'm going to quote it. It's the zoning bylaw number 9250, part 16B, 2.2, and it specifically says, no animation or illuminated sign shall be permitted in a residential zone other than the mixed residential. And yet, they're there. I called the police told me to call the city. I called the city, I couldn't get through to the bylaw office. One of your clerks would not even put my call to the bylaw office. I struggled and I called constantly just to ask what was happening and why nobody reacted regarding the signs regulation, because the bylaw is already in place. It shouldn't be difficult to enforce that bylaw because we have it. Along the same bylaw, there's a couple of things that I noticed. Illegal activities should not be allowed 24/7. It's happening 24/7. Those signs, there are 3 different signs on this property on both sides of the house, open signs with all those Christmas lights, and they attract lots of people. Shady people come into the neighborhood. These signs, they devaluate the property value of our
You have about
house.
30 seconds left in your 5 minutes, so you know that.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I'm just going to move a couple of things that I want to say. The safety is the major one for not only my family, but for neighbors as well. I'm just going to give you an example because I want to say this. One day, my 14-year-old daughter came outside to wait for a friend, just on our door, in front of our garage. And one of the people who was in the house came outside, saw my daughter, and without any hesitation, crossed the street, came in front of her to tell her how beautiful she was. My husband, luckily we were in the house and we got outside, and at the moment they saw my husband, this man walked away.
Ms. Basgab, I'm going to have to stop it there because I have to enforce a 5-minute
Yeah.
allowable time. Maybe questions that will allow you to continue on, but I have to
That's
stop
okay,
you there.
yeah.
There is a question by Councilor Barshani, though. Councilor Barshani.
Thank you, and thank you for coming forward. Is there anything else that you wanted to add? Because you haven't come to council before. Is there anything else that you want to share?
Yes, well, besides the fact that safety is extremely important, we have people with seniors. There's a senior complex just besides our house. Lots of people with disabilities. Indigenous women live in the neighborhood. And we noticed that they're all afraid. They would come and talk with us because I like to connect with people. And especially when that incident with my daughter happened, they come and ask because they know that I call police and I call the city. So safety would be number one to take into consideration when you make this decision. Removing the signs, another one. So I hope, this can contribute towards your decision, making your decision regarding the body wrap parlors. One more thing that, if I may, I did lots of reading about body wrap parlors since, this happened in our neighborhood. And I just wanted to ask you if you've ever thought about putting a cap on the body wrap parlors, if regulation is one of the things that you plan to do.
Great. Thank you. And just one last question through your worship. So just in your experience, again, you've explained very well how it affects your community. Have you talked to other neighbors at all
Yes.
And the discussion around this is a concern in the neighborhood
Yes.
as well, through your worship?
A huge concern. My neighbor on the other side of this house, she said that she hasn't had a barbecue in her backyard all summer. She didn't even go outside because she's an older person and she was afraid. A couple of other neighbors said it's a concern. They don't feel safe in the neighborhood. We hear the noise in the middle of the night. One night I wanted to call police, but it was just by the time I got to the phone, it was already, they were gone. I know from our neighbor that the lady that works in this body rub parlor, she actually had an incident with somebody, and she was asking for help, people in the neighborhood itself. So it's not safe for anyone.
Good. Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Councilor Massanelli?
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. Through the chair. You said you've lived at this residence for 9 years now?
Yes.
Has this always been a body rub establishment in the neighborhood in those 9
No,
years?
it actually just happened March 1st of this year, so in the last 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has there been an increased police presence near that since that's occurred?
Luckily, we have a parking lot because there's a church over there, and we have police all the time on that parking lot. So it's not particularly, not related to the body rub parlor, but there's a presence of police all the time, I would say. So we feel safe in that regard, but there's no police in the middle of the night.
Yeah, no, I get
When
it.
things happen. Our neighbors' cars' windows were broken just in the last 2 months.
Okay.
And it was because of the noise and because of somebody who came out from that house.
Yeah, not pleasant at all.
No.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery,
Thank you.
and we'll move on to our next delegation. Jane Gattinger. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation time as well.
Thank you, councillors and Mayor Faugier. I'm here to express my grave concerns over body rub establishments in Regina. Sex trade work is harmful, as revealed by 68% of sex trade workers suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder resulting from their work, and 450% increased rate of suicide for girls and women compared to the general population. 8 of the reasons heard for recommending these parlors in our city are as follows. 1, Regina's growing demand for sexual services. There's also an increased demand for crack cocaine, which is still not allowed. Remember the increased demand for black slaves in the States. Demand can never justify more exploitation. 2, we need to get with the times. If keeping with the times includes exploiting human beings, then I suggest that human rights protections outweigh the value of the times. 3, prostitution is only a moral issue. The moral aspect of sex trade pales in comparison to the assaults and illegal human rights violations and trauma accompanying the sex trade. 4, it's the oldest profession since biblical times and we'll never get rid of it. This philosophy could then be used for assault or murder, which are just as old, or meth labs and heroin houses, since we don't expect to eradicate these either. Sex work is the oldest oppression, comparable to child slave labor. It preys upon desperate and vulnerable people. 5, selling sex is legal. But buying sex is not legal. Profiting from the proceeds of sex trafficking as a pimp or parlor owner is still a crime. Delivering paid sexual services cannot happen without participating in the illegal activity of the purchaser. 6, other cities are doing it. Some communities do and some don't. Let us be a leader and do what's best for our community. 7, the women will be safer. Anti-human trafficking academics, groups, and numerous ex-parlor workers agree that body rub establishments are not, in fact, safe. The harms and human rights violations will not diminish for those trafficked into body rub establishments, but will increase in volume as the industry expands in our city. Parlor owners or organized crime cannot be trusted to self-regulate, as you've indicated on page 10 of your recommendations. Security guards are reported not to respond when vulnerable workers are crying out for help. Their purpose is to protect the owners, their profits, and paying customers. Most sex trade workers fear reporting. While the majority have been harmed, police confirm that few have been willing to report. Those that do often need relocation for reasons of safety. Let us not leave the fox in charge of the hen house. 8, if we don't allow it, then it will go underground, and that would be worse. Some parents tell their teens that they are welcome to have drug parties at their home, so the harms can be reduced rather than sneaking behind their back. Either way, the teen is still risked or harmed or at risk. Adding body rub establishments to our community does nothing to protect these pre-existing street workers. It primarily brings additional human trafficking imported primarily from Asia. I recommend that we take tax dollars needed to police these parlors and redesignate that to the exploited workers through protective services, immigration, housing, counseling, and career training for all sex workers interested. While City could fear litigation arising from banning, I wonder if consideration was given to the potential litigation arising from United citizens or businesses of Regina regarding the resulting harms of these establishments. Problems are already mounting. What kind of community do we want to live in? We need healthy tourism, not criminal tourism. Safe neighborhoods, not organized crime. Improved land values, not diminished. Law-abiding practices. Human rights protections upheld for all our residents. Legal commerce attracted and fostered to build our economic base. Tax dollars redirected from policing body rub crimes to protecting our businesses and neighborhoods, including the most desperate and vulnerable. City councillors, this is your moment in history. You have a rare opportunity to ban this human rights exploitation, violation, and crime from our community now, both through existing law enforcement and by adding additional restrictions. Think about this burdens or benefits our city, both now and in the future. This is a modern-day form of slavery that we are looking at. Many a soldier gave their lives so that we can all enjoy freedom. Let's not willingly give that away. Please do not turn a blind eye to our most vulnerable population, but step out and take a risk to do what's right. Be heroes in our community. Use the power you have in this moment for good, both for those trapped in the industry and for our city as a whole. Please vote no to ban body rub parlors, or vote yes to vote. Ban body rub parlors establishments in our beautiful city. Make Regina proud again. You will have my full support.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, you had mentioned something very important here about reporting. I want to ask a question about that, why people fear reporting. If we look at the academic literature, if we look at UN, if we look at Amnesty International, if we look at policy reports from across the country, it suggests, and then most importantly, if we look at the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, it suggests that criminalization and bans create obstacles. People fear going to the police. What are your thoughts about that?
I think that's already been addressed when it was legalized for women to sell sex. However, at the same time, it was not legalized for men to purchase sex. And so in that sense, it didn't make prostitution legal. It protected the victims of trafficking.
Right.
So the prostitution could still be stopped while not further victimizing those that were being trafficked.
Okay.
And so just based on those that I've worked with as students or clients, they are afraid to go forward and report for a variety of reasons, but one of them is that they know that they are in trouble. They have been threatened not to report, and they expect dire consequences if they do.
Absolutely.
And that speaks to the dangers of the...
So would it be fair to say that perhaps we need to have a mechanism to identify where they're working, who they're working for, and to use that as an intervention? So we can talk about police, we can talk about bylaw, we can talk about sexual health services to actually make these kind of interventions that you're looking for?
Well, I think that sort of gets back to the parents allowing the teens to have their drug parties at home so we can know what's going on.
Yeah.
The harms are still there, so I don't think that eliminates the risks and the harms. I think if you want your foot in the door, there are community supports that can be supported and can be sponsored that can do that. There's SWAP, for example. So there are places where the women can currently, or the girls can currently go now. I still don't see it as as the best option. I think they need alternatives and exit strategies. And so a lot of these women or young girls actually, are just finding themselves in a desperate situation that shouldn't be exploited. They need to be given a hand up instead of a legal opportunity to continue to be exploited.
Okay. So further to that, one of the big issues in the Bedford decision, which is the legality that you speak of, Terry Bedford, who was a sex worker, her claim was that sex work is never going to be safe, but the legalization that she was looking for make it less harmful. So my worry is, maybe you can speak to this, all right, we ban them. They go to illegitimate underground establishments, they go to the street. How do you work with the harm reduction strategy that you're looking for if we have no idea where they're working and we've actually put them in harm's way in accordance with the literature as well as the Supreme Court decision?
Well, I don't think that we've put them in harm's way. I think that they've been lured into a situation of exploitation, first of all. And I don't see it as being safer. I spoke with two women that I've spoken with that have run parlors. The one, I don't think was a harm to the people that were working under her, but the customers were. The second one was clearly a harm to those working under her as well as the customers. So I don't see that that's a safe thing. How do I propose that we track the ones that are there? I think by making it clear that they're not in trouble, that they haven't broken the law, that those are approaching them and exploiting them have, and that, I mean, if there can be a clear representation of what types of services are available to them when they're ready. I know that when I was facilitating a trades training program, I had women coming in begging I had a limited space, and they were dire. They wanted to get in and have an opportunity to do something else that they could support themselves with.
Terrific, thank you. My last question, have you taken this to the Ministry of Social Services, to health? A lot of people want sex workers to get out of the industry. Few people ask the question how they got into it in the first place. City has limited resources and wheelhouse of authority. What's the government's response to amplifying the amount of money put into these harm reduction approaches you're proposing?
No, I have not taken it to social services yet, but when I did contract work with social services, some of my clients were street workers, and one of them committed suicide, and one of them was deeply impacted and ended up having her children apprehended as a result of the destruction of the industry. She couldn't relate to her little one and couldn't nurture.
So the government hasn't promised any increased services or supports?
No. And I mean, I appreciate that your scope of what you can do here is somewhat limited in terms of funding, but whatever funding you do have that would be allocated to policing these establishments, and I think it's clear from the presentation that we just heard that there is going to be a need for increased supervision of these and rescuing from these establishments. I would really like to see those dollars reallocated to supporting the people that need it. And I mean, this is only one step. I can only speak here to what you're deciding on today, but you've made a very valid point. Perhaps I need to be also looking at making my opinion known at other levels.
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. There's other questions. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Welcome back, Ms. Gadinger.
Thank you.
I have a yes ban and a no ban, a licensing question for you. So let's go with let's say it's licensed. Would you propose that they be residential, industrial, a mile from schools? I mean, right now it's saying a block from schools, but let's just say it passes and it's going to be licensed. What would your recommendation be if that was the choice made tonight? As far as, do we put them out in the industrial ends? Do we keep them close to residential where there's more traffic? What would your suggestion be?
I guess what comes to mind is, I mean, what would be the suggestion if we were going back to the black slave trade? Would it be better if we do it when no one's looking? Would it be better if we do it in residential areas? Either way, there are inherent dangers. It's just to how many people. I mean, the proposed location that's been put into the recommendation or into the report to this point doesn't mention anything about playgrounds. And so you could have a parlor right across the street from a playground, from every playground in the city almost, if there was no restriction there. So no, of course they shouldn't be anywhere near residential areas, but I can't say that I could recommend that they're in industrial areas either.
Okay. So if I ask the others, say it is brought forward and banned, what happens to the workers?
Well, I think, as I had mentioned in here, I think that's a really important question, and I think that's where exit strategies need to be offered. I mean, they need to be extended in their own language, because many of them have been brought in and speak little to no English, which is another red flag of human trafficking. I think it needs to be extended to them that we can help them with immigration, housing, safe exit strategies, relocation if they're in danger, and employment.
So you're
options.
saying we, who is we?
City of Regina.
So,
Any dollars that would be allocated to policing, additional policing, I would recommend that those go toward other strategies. And it may be in conjunction with social services as was suggested. I think that's brilliant.
so if I could just, being in business, I just wonder if my business closed down, would the city come in and help me relocate and do all that stuff for me, or would I have to go about and do it myself?
Well, that's assuming that these establishments are a regular business. I mean, what other business in our city do people need safe exit strategies or escape plans?
Right.
So I struggle to compare it to a regular business. I see it as an exceptional circumstances because you have exceptionally vulnerable people working in these, not regular employees that can just pick up and get another job that easily without some supports in place. For one, they may be in danger where they are, and they may need to be relocated. And I think that's where some networking, even between cities.
Okay. One other thing is, do you know how many workers there are in the city?
I have no way of knowing exactly how many workers there are in the city. The last count I heard was 19 known body rub establishments. I know that there's definitely more than that have popped up since that number came about. I also know that there's a lot of behind the scenes people that are working in hotels. One of my students was locked in a basement, another one was locked in another place by a group of people and trafficked. I mean, the stories are endless. I don't know how you would ever know how many.
Yeah. One other thing that was mentioned in the last discussions that we've had was that, and I asked a question of our police force, and one was that, do you think that the street is a bit safer and cleaner today? And the answer was yes, because there's less traffic on the streets. They don't know where it's all gone, possibly into the body rubs, but does that have a correlation to anything for you? Does that say anything to you?
Well, my understanding is that out of the 19 parlors established, 18 of them are primarily Asian that have been brought in. So I can't see how that in itself would have a major impact on the sex trafficking that's going on in the streets. I know that a lot of it has gone to, instead of standing on a street corner, it's gone to electronic, internet, what have you. And so the solicitation isn't necessarily out in public. It's probably a little more behind the scenes, but it's still occurring.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you for coming forward. In speaking with Edmonton today, and I just want to get your opinion on this, would you, and other workers in Toronto, but would you agree that when they say that they're going to go underground if we ban them, would you say that we're already underground and they're working underground today, regulated or banned, they're going to continue to be underground?
Yes.
Your worship?
Absolutely. I think that it's two separate entities for the most part. The ones that are underground or working through electronic, communicating through electronics are still there, and those that are brought in from Asia into these establishments are somewhat of a separate entity. So I don't see how the people from Asia coming over has changed our street working. I mean, we call it street working, it's maybe more electronic communicating now, but I don't see how it's resolved that issue.
Yeah. And then the last question, you talked about an exit strategy for if there were a ban, and then looking at an exit strategy for these workers if they wanted to get out. Would you see that as working with our community partners in the community to develop an exit strategy to work with these workers to develop that, or how would you see that done, through your worship?
I think completely, absolutely, working with community partners, other multi-levels of government. I know that this is not an issue exclusively for Regina. And so, I mean, a collaborative approach, I think, is probably the best one. I know that Edmonton is one you've been consulting, and they sort of were the model of what you've been looking at, and now they are recently just identifying that that is problematic, and they're looking at strategies to shut all these parlors down over the next 5 years. So, I mean, if we're looking to them to see that it didn't work for them, I think it would be good to do some collaborating on how to minimize the harms and support those needing to exit. I mean, certainly I would think that would be the least we would owe someone that's been brought in from overseas, who doesn't speak English, couldn't have possibly set this up for themselves, and maybe returning to a situation that's worse than they left, given what they've been through here. I would think it would be our place to support them as best we can, along with also those who are currently working the streets.
Right. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Barshani. I have one question for you, just if you could provide more background information on Edmonton. You seem to know that they're now
Sorry?
reviewing.
I didn't hear the question.
I said I wanted to ask you a question related to Edmonton. You seem to know a bit about what Edmonton is doing. So why are they reviewing the regulation of body rub parlors?
I don't have a lot of information on that. I just, I can forward it to you, but I don't have it here with me. But I know that Edmonton has just identified that their body rub establishments are becoming more problematic, and they are reviewing ways to shut them down over the next 5 years. So I'm sure in your communications with them, as you have been in looking at this issue and using them as an example, they would be able to expand on that further.
You don't have any information on why they're problematic?
I don't.
Okay. Just want to check. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll go to our next delegation.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Bruce Ellergod. You could identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm Bruce Ellergott, and I'm here on behalf of Freedom Catalyst. In this report, there are several references to exiting the sex trade. Special funding, special programs, unique training for the police, training for bylaw officers, all to identify and help a vulnerable person do what others do all the time without help, i.e., quit their jobs and start a new job. Why is it that we need to set up exit strategies and resources for the girls to exit a legal and regulated industry? What other sanctioned industry has an exit strategy and resources for the safety and well-being of its workers at the hands of other human beings? What do most women who exit the sex trade call themselves? A survivor. A survivor is one who has endured. A sex trade survivor is one who has experienced and endured abuse and humiliation no one in this room can imagine. Survivor, it's not a badge of honor in this industry. It makes more sense to enact laws and programs that will educate and help girls not get into the sex trade in the first place, so that we don't have so much damage to fix after. What other business do we legitimize and legalize and then set up regulations to protect the workers from their bosses and protect them from their clients, and then spend good taxpayers' money to help them exit their high-risk workplaces while offering them counseling for their PTSD? If this industry is so empowering and so pro-gender equality, then why do the women need so much help to exit this occupation? Or let me rephrase it this way. Why do the women need so much help to escape their oppressors? Here's my business and job safety manual, 119 pages. Here's the sex industry safety protocol. Emergency, press here. Once the owners and the girls have signed off on their safety manual, will it be at the front counter for all the men to read and sign off on as well, just like I do when I walk onto a high-risk construction site? None of us want to legalize domestic abuse and then tell all the women, we will regulate and put into place safety measures to protect you from any excessive abuse. We don't call marriage and common law a high-risk relationship and then shrug off domestic violence as though it was just part of life. We used to, but no more. It's 2019, isn't it? Please, please no self-regulating. Who runs these brothels? Organized crime, oppressive owners, and pimps. How did self-regulating work in the tobacco industry back in the 1970s when they told us that there was no proof that nicotine was addictive and cancer-causing? How is the self-regulating of the social media giants working out with Facebook and the Cambridge Analytica scandal? What about the vaping industry? Self-regulating and talking in good faith with brothel owners is like peace talks in good faith with the Taliban.
Mr. Ellergott, you got just under a minute to go.
There's also a huge misunderstanding regarding demand and supply on this issue. More on that. Back on January 2017, this council showed courage and integrity when you voted down the strip club license application. I am sure you all slept peacefully that night, knowing that you had defended the freedoms and empowered the dreams of women here in Regina. In the same spirit, I ask you to rise above the norm, the average, even rise above tens of thousands of years of acceptance and oppression, and set a higher precedent in our country than any other city has done. Vote to ban these brothels in Regina and declare Regina a safe zone without legalized abuse or violence. Let's stand up against, not with, the abusive trade and make violence against women illegal in Regina.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Your time's expired. Thank you so much. There are questions. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Through the chair. There's those nerves again. I hate standing up and talking. Sorry, guys. In your presentation, you mentioned the strip clubs in Regina. And you spoke to it about banning strip clubs in licensed establishments. There again, I think that the success in strip clubs not being in Regina hinges on that word licensed establishments, because the city had the authority in a licensed establishment to put rules in place. When I walk through this problem of regulation of the massage parlors or the body rub establishments, I'm coming at it from the same point of view. If something's ignored, if it's put to the side, if it's not addressed, it's self-regulating. By putting a license to something, there's a small amount of control, I believe, that can be put in place. Through the presentation tonight, I felt like I have to defend something that I don't want to defend. That's not my intent here. I just wanted to address that too. I'd like your opinion, please, sir.
I'm sorry, can you help me understand the question in that?
In your words, you mentioned strip clubs in Regina. You mentioned the licensed establishments no longer have any strip clubs in our city. Part of that success in banishing strip clubs from our city came back to the licensing regime of the establishments. Through this entire thing, I fear that I'll come across being pro for something that I'm not really. But I note that there's no strip clubs due to licensing, so I think by having regulation and licensing in place, I'll have a better effect on positive outcomes. I'm wondering what you have to comment on that thought.
Well, I would be open to regulating massage parlors if you can guarantee me that that's exactly what they will be. Massage parlors, not sex brothels. And so there's a place for licensing. There's a place where it doesn't work. And in this industry, the deceptiveness and all of this industry and those that are in it and those that run it, it is beyond me to see regulations and licensing that has enough teeth to keep it out of the hands of organized crime and keep it out of the sex industry where there's so much harm to the women.
Thank you. We both agree on your intent. I guess it's what vehicle we use to get to that destination. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Mastinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Actually, I just want to pick up where Jason left off there, and it had to do with the intention. My understanding for both staff, I could probably speak for most of council as well as the public, was that harm reduction, mitigating the effects of exploitation and so on was the chief objective here. But you're suggesting that the report and perhaps council administration is talking about this as an empowering vocation and empowering. I'm not sure where you're getting that information from.
Is that a question, Councillor Stevens?
Yes. I don't know where the statement is coming from. You're suggesting that somehow someone's going down this road where this is an empowering trade, an empowering job, and we can empower women in body rub facilities. I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
I'm not suggesting that that came directly out of conversation or material through this, but that is an argument that is given for the sex trade, to empower women, to give them gender equality. This is freedom. Don't shut down their opportunities. So I apologize if it came across like I was, I think it's something that you've said, but it is a very common argument for this industry.
Okay, generally. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a mixed signal being sent there. This kind of applies to other delegations that have come before, but all right, we go for the ban, the criminalization, even though the courts, the police, expert testimony policy suggests it doesn't work. Would it be fair to say that the plight of sex workers, of those who have been trafficked, was better before this kind of gray area of legalization? You want to go back in time to where we criminalize this type of activity? Was it better for the workers? Was it better from a public policy standpoint? Was it better from a public safety standpoint if we go back to criminalizing both the selling and the purchasing?
No, I don't want to go back to both criminalizing both of those parts of it. But the laws are already there. I just cannot see where regulating it is going to help. You can regulate my industry of the construction industry. And as I said, I've got a 119-page manual of all my regulations and how I'm supposed to do this and this and this. But you're dealing with a reputable business, reputable owner, reputable employees. This business is completely different. And I think if we do not tackle this in light of the actual the reality of what we're at, if we approach this whole issue as though these are people that are doing the best for the girls and it's all about freedom for the women and blah, 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 we will miss some huge issues. And one of the issues is the fact that, okay, the professional, everybody says it's not going to work. I say let's give it a try. And let's go out and let's do something that no other city has done, at least to a degree that will make a difference in the sense of making a statement in our city and to our country.
Could I ask about that last point through the chair? Let's be a leader in this. So we only recently came out of a criminalization regime in the last few years. So what is it that we're doing different? My understanding is that most cities maintain the criminalization. They don't actually permit this. Wouldn't it be the other way? The innovative approach is actually licensing, oversight, and a coordinated system of harm reduction. The norm is banning, and the norm is not having some kind of legitimate approach.
So we're getting close to a debate between the two of you.
I would just like to see what he has to say.
Councillor, with respect, I know you're very clear in your approach, but I'm reading this as being close to a debate, and that's not just simply asking to listen to his position, not to debate with him.
Thank you.
So I would ask that you, if you want to answer the question, you can, but I'm going to stop that line of questioning.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation, Arlene Stinson. Welcome to City Hall. Thank you for being here. If you'd state your name, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Arlene Stinson. I want to thank you for the time and effort that you have put into considering this issue. You have researched it, you have consulted, and you've done reports. For myself, for this delegation, what I would ask is that you would create a set of robust bylaws that would prohibit having these establishments in our city. So going back to the concern that you had about if the strip clubs in the regulation, I think if we have robust bylaws that indicate that we aren't going to have these kinds of establishments. And I know from the report that administration has put forth for you to consider that the option of banning massage parlors, it seemed that their non-support of that really turned on the issue of the safety of workers. And I think we all are very concerned about the safety of the workers. And I think it is safety of the workers for me that is the reason that I would not want them in my city anymore. The reason that I say that I would ban for the reason of safety is that I believe that massage parlors are an inherently unsafe environment. A couple of different things. One, I just ask that if you have an opportunity to view a 5-minute video on YouTube called Survivors of Body Rub Parlors. It was just produced this year in Canada. It's Canadian women, 6 women, all who have lived and worked in body rub parlors or are currently working in body rub parlors, and they speak of the harms of actually being there as a worker. One woman is in this video is so fearful that she's actually not able to show her face or use her own voice. There's actually someone speaking for her. My other concern about why I think that this is so unsafe is that there are other studies that are documenting that, in fact, violence must now be endured as good customer service. If someone comes in and asks for something and the worker says that's crossing my boundary, if they don't provide that service, then they are penalized in their establishment because that's not good customer service. That's extremely concerning to me. The issue of human trafficking often comes up in relation to all kinds of selling or purchasing of sexual services, and as well with massage parlors. And I noted that the service providers that you interviewed for this and the police were concerned about this on pages 32 and 33 of your report for tonight. And the workers themselves identifying it happens all the time. That is very concerning that that's their words. In terms of safety, the report postulates that banning parlors will make them less safe and drive them underground. the owners themselves indicated that spoke to your report that people only hear very shortly. They come and they move on, and that's been my experience when I've talked to them. It's they've come from Toronto or come from Vancouver, often originally from China or another Southeast Asian country, and so they're likely to move on. If we close them, that was a question that came up earlier, my guess is that they would disperse as they normally would. But I think as one of the previous delegations indicated, there's even the things that you talked about in your report indicate that this isn't sort of business as usual. Or my other major concern is that licensing really appears to legitimize something. And I also have a concern for the wider community, and that was referenced by a previous speaker, that what we find is when there are establishments that sell sexual services in a neighborhood, all of the people in that neighborhood, particularly women or perhaps folks that they become vulnerable themselves. They begin accosted. People begin to feel a sort of sense of entitlement that, you know, I should be able to buy this service. I should be able to have the service. I can ask anyone. Or
Since you have about 30 seconds left in your
okay,
time.
so I just wanted to go to Edmonton. I thought it was interesting that this week that Edmonton, that you have looked at as a model, has decided to step back, and that this motion put forward by a city councillor came forward because they feel that licensing is legitimizing illegal activity. That was what was cited as the reason. So I think that they want to focus on demand and reducing the demand for these services. And that was something, you know, if our police service and our city programming would get in on that perspective of wanting to reduce demand for the purchase of sexual services, I would be in favor of that. Thank you.
I'll have to stop you there. But there are questions. Councilor Murray?
Good Chair. That's working. Ms. Stinson, thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Really appreciate all of your passion about this. I think we all share the same goal, and it's around the safety of the workers. And my one real question that a lot of this keeps coming back to, and it hasn't been addressed very much, and it's around the legal authority. That's a portion of the report as you read it. So I'll just quickly read it, and then I'll just get your thoughts from that, if that's okay with you. Municipalities do not have the authority to pass criminal laws or laws which unjustifiably infringe on charter-protected rights of individuals. Now, we all have talked about perhaps the brothel owner. That is not legal. They're making a material benefit off of that individual. But what about the off cases where the individual is choosing and making that, and we face a charter challenge? I just want to know your thoughts as a Regina taxpayer about that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I did read that, and as I considered my comments for this evening, I understood that even in creating a bylaw, we can't be making it feel like we're trying to do the criminal justice system, because that isn't what a city does. And I think that the research shows that there is a percentage of people who are offering sexual services that is what they really want to be doing. However, that is a very small percentage, 10% or less. And I think often when we make public policy based on majorities. So I think we do have to recognize that someone could do that. And I think that people are already doing that, right, through escort services and things like that. They are. I think that they would also need, yes, very much to make the case that they are doing that of their own volition, and they are the only ones that are benefiting from it. Or and the people that they would hire. That was what PSEPA changed and made possible.
I appreciate your point around the vast majority for policy decisions. I guess from there the question kind of comes down to that charter challenge that we would face. But again, I appreciate your input. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Murray.
Thank you.
Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. You'd said earlier when you were speaking, you said that it would be your preference to have a ban because you felt it's safer rather than regulatory. Edmonton, as you indicated, has done that. Now, did you read anything more as far as to Edmonton as to why they were moving forward in that direction? Through Your Worship?
The one thing that I did find that the reason that they had passed this motion, and this is what I read, was that it came about because of concerns, and I believe that these were also groups that were coming forward to the city. They'd had some meetings in the past week. Concerns that licensing legitimizes illegal activity, and that's also been referenced this evening, that yes, the selling of sex is certainly protected, but the purchasing is a criminal offense. And so, you know, there is that tension, like are we regulating something that's actually sort of enshrining an illegal activity? And I believe that that was what that was the impetus of, oh, I was trying to remember the councillor's name, but I can't.
Councillor Esslinger, I think, yes. Yeah. So the last point I have is, as a municipality, I think they talked about there's only two tools that we have, and that's licensing, of course, and zoning. So do you think, though, in your experience, just that would be enough to help protect the workers, with just having the city only having those two tools in their toolbox to protect the women, through your worship?
I think that if they are here and existing in a regulated or an unregulated way, I think that if we look at it just is, it continues to be unsafe. If we look at jurisdictions that have provided a legalization of the selling of sexual services, it also seems to spawn, it's like it's a permission or something, and it just opens up the floodgates of illegal activity and concomitant human trafficking. Like it just seems like wherever. So I have always felt really uncomfortable with a licensing scheme. Even when Saskatoon was considering that, I'm like, that just feels like it's legitimizing something that is not helpful for our community. I can't see I can't see the benefit to our community in this.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. There are no other questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. Our next delegation is Devon Hill. Welcome back to City Council. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards. And if you could identify yourself for the record, who you are.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Devon Hill. I'm with Freedom Catalyst Regina. To start, I'd like to talk about a survey I did of the heritage community. This is where many of the parlors exist on Vic Avenue. During the June Executive Committee meeting, a rep from the Heritage Community Association said, quote, "In a 2007 study, our community identified the sex trade as one of their primary concerns. In a recent update to that study conducted in 2017-18, it was mentioned only once out of 91 interviews with residents. We suspect this is because with sex work moving mostly indoors, it's now a much lower impact on heritage residents," end quote. I personally wondered if this low concern would occur if people were directly asked about prostitution in a formal way. So I did a door-to-door survey of the area. Every house and business was attempted to be engaged all the way from Broad to Arcola on Vic. Other residential blocks in the area were also surveyed, along with 2 baseline or control group areas in random places in Regina. For the results, I sent a more detailed report to the city in Appendix A of this speech, so if anybody would like more details, the report is available. Here are some of the summarized results with only the heritage community data, and there's 4 questions. First question was, are you concerned about body rub parlors in the heritage community? 67% said yes, 17% said no. Question 2, are you concerned about prostitution in the heritage community? 83% said yes, and 13% said no. Question 3, are you concerned that the city is recommending removing the restrictions from being within 183 meters of family residences and parks for body rub parlors? 89% said yes, 7% said no. Question 4, are you concerned that the Heritage Community Association is advocating that body rub parlors should be allowed in your area on the main strip of Vic in MAC zones, and by extension the city administration is as well, and they are saying citizens are not generally concerned about it? 67% said yes, and 15% said no. The results speak for themselves. Prostitution and body rub parlors are a major concern to the heritage community, and based on the baseline or control group results, the entire city as well. People do not want them in MAC zones or near residences. The survey results are clear, along with public consultation and the majority of letters and speeches at past meetings. And yet, to be honest, many are finding it extremely frustrating that not a single recommendation can be pointed to that takes the public's desire into consideration. When I was doing a survey on only one side of one particular residential block, it took me an hour and a half just to get through it. The reason was because everybody wanted to tell me their stories and voice their frustration on what is happening. Some of them felt immense frustration on what they perceived to be inactivity by the city and police to address the rampant problem. And yet we see recommendations being made, such as removing the restrictions from being near a family residence. Shifting focus now to discuss the legal concerns. The main argument being used is the Bedford case. Pro-prostitution groups rejoiced at this ruling since they believed it would result in the decriminalization of prostitution. However, Parliament was given the task to develop new prostitution laws. And the new laws they came up with swung in the exact opposite direction of the Bedford case. So if we have brand new laws that by and large swing in the opposite direction of the Bedford case, why is the Bedford case being used as the legal argument why parlors cannot be banned? It just doesn't make any logical sense. We have new laws. Those are the ones that should be being assessed and interpreted in this case. And when doing so, this much is clear. Parlors exist for only one purpose, and that is to bring illegal activity to the parlor and for illegal activity to occur inside. Why is it that prostitution is the only illegal activity that gets a green light and is allowed to be licensed? There's nothing legal about prostitution. Illegal activity happens every single time it occurs. Are drug houses licensed? How about illegal gambling houses? Or any other illegal activity for that matter? No, they aren't, and with good reason. In closing, please, City Councillors and Mayor Fougere, I implore you for the benefit of our exploited girls in the city. Please do not approve the recommendations in this report. Like I've said before, please come at this from the perspective that your own daughter was working in one of these parlors and how that would affect your decision, because they are somebody's daughter, and we need to stand up for them. And this is not in my report, but
You have 30 seconds left in your time.
this is a petition that we have that is 2,176 signatures from people in Regina and surrounding communities and stuff saying we do not want body rub parlors in Regina, we want them banned. And we also have in there about wanting a reported John feature, which Edmonton Police currently have, where you can anonymously report John activity online. And that was brought up in public consultation, but it's never been addressed.
Thank you very much. Your time is expired. Thank you very much. If you want to give the petition to the clerk, he'll take that from you. Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Hill, for coming forward again tonight to share and all the work that you've done. Again, I want to just go back to the question versing the ban. When we're talking about a ban, it's deemed that the conversation around the table is that it's going to be more dangerous for the worker. Please elaborate on your experience on that.
So
Your Worship.
I agree that licensing has a degree of safety to it. It's not being implemented for no reason. They implement it for a degree of safety. However, in my opinion, the degree of safety is way down here because the women are still involved. It's normalizing it. People are thinking that it's okay to go there and do what they're doing. People are trafficked, stuff like that. With banning, you are getting it out of sight, out of mind. You are severely restricting it in your city. So the number of women that are actually involved significantly drops. And it's not normalized. And I could say it like this. If you're on a work construction site and you see a hole in an area where you could fall through, people could have license or like regulations, let's put up some caution tape or whatever to stop people from falling through there. And yet you still have 100 people walking through there and they could still fall through there. What is safer? Removing the people from that area so they can't fall through there, or putting up caution tape. And so there is a degree of safety with caution tape. There is a degree of improvement of safety, but it's nowhere near the degree of safety when you completely remove it.
Okay, and the last question I do have is regarding the Bedford case that you had talked about. That case was talking about prostitution. We're talking about human trafficking, massage parlors. Just elaborate a little bit in regards to the criminal code in regards to the Bedford case and how it may not apply here. Through you, Your Worship.
The Bedford case it basically struck down the prostitution laws. And there were pro-prostitution people that wanted to say it's not safe, that they are restricting us from working in brothels and having people to help us with security and stuff like that. So they voted 9-0, the Supreme Court voted 9-0 that it is their right to have a brothel for their own safety, right? And so the pro-prostitution group was very happy about that because they thought that was going to be the stepping stone to decriminalizing prostitution. So they gave it to Parliament to decide to bring these new laws in. So they debated it, had different people come in, and they swung it in the exact opposite direction and brought in the Nordic model, which is the harshest prostitution laws there are in the world that are used. So to use this old Bedford case, I just don't understand why that's happening when we have new laws and we should be interpreting things based on the new laws, not old laws.
And sorry, last question. Edmonton last week brought forward something in regards to moving away from regulation, a plan within the next 5 years. They have a high compliance rate. What are your thoughts on that, through your worship?
There are some questions that being asked about the details of that. I know a little bit of the details just from asking. So there's a group called CEASE in Alberta that is like an anti-human trafficking group. They're tied in with that. So they, Edmonton City Council has, I don't know if it's annual or what it is, but they have annual or whatever reviews. So they have a committee that I think has 4 city council members, several other people on CEASE and stuff like that reviews this. So CEASE, I know, did a survey in 2016 or something like that, where they interviewed people that are in the industry, asked them a bunch of questions if they've ever encountered physical or sexual abuse. 57% that responded confirmed that they have, and so they're giving those details. And so through their review, where they're seeing that licensing actually does not work to reduce the harm to the degree that they think it does, I think they're starting to kind of open their eyes and see that this is caution tape. This is not something that's actually removing the problem. And let's face it, can be human trafficking. This is not just illegal activity of drugs. This is human trafficking, possible human trafficking, where people are coming and having sex with them 10, 20 times a day. Can we imagine if we were in that? This is like another level from other illegal activity. So that's my understanding of why they're...
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bashani. Councillor Stevens.
Devin, thank you very much for the research and for the presentation. I have a question about the method, actually, and it stems from a concern with one of the questions you've asked. Are you familiar with the practice of push polling? The practice of push poll? Push polling. No. So definitely my goal was not to misdirect, and even I say in the report that at the time when I did the survey, my understanding or thoughts was that the entire Vic was a max zone. I found out later that's not the case. It's only from Winnipeg to Arcola. So I did somewhat mislead those people where I just said it's on the major arteries of Vic. In terms of that question, in my opinion, and from reviewing further, like when it does not specifically say that in their online statement, but through further questions that were asked, it seemed, in my opinion, quite clear that they were on board with what the city was recommending about having them on max zones. They're not, and they're saying that citizens are not generally concerned about prostitution because they said it came up 1 out of 91. So I don't personally feel like I was misleading on that question, but. Were you aware that the Heritage Community Association's position is they're actually concerned both about the community well-being and the safety of workers, and they supported it because it actually achieves some of the objectives that perhaps we would agree on?
Yes, so that's their argument, is that they believe that brings safety and they're wanting to bring safety. So there are people that disagree. I'm simply asking the question, are you concerned that they are advocating, whether they believe that that's a safe thing or not, is somewhat not in the conversation. Are you just concerned that they are recommending that they are on max zones?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Devin, did you share this report and the results with the Heritage Community Association?
I have not sent it to anyone except for the clerk's office, but if they want to see it, I would welcome to see it, because to be honest, I'd like to understand and see kind of their results, like why are they so conflicting? Why are they so different? So I laid it out on like all my ways I did it and stuff in the report, trying to be unbiased, even though I have obviously a strong opinion. I was trying to be unbiased in the survey questions.
I think that the Heritage Association would be open to speaking with you about this. They had some concerns because people who were part of your study called them and said that they were being given false information about the Heritage Community Association. So it might be good to sit down with them and compare notes, and so that you have the correct information.
And that's fine. And so if they believe it's false information, I'm open to correction. And it was by no means meant as trying to misrepresent them. I took it what I believe to be right from their speech and from questions that were asked after, that they are advocating that they be on the max zones, as in they are agreeing to what the city is recommending.
Okay.
So
I think it would be good to have that conversation.
yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome back, and good to see you again. You made a comment, and I have to say it because you said banning is out of sight, out of mind. Isn't that kind of like an ostrich sticking his head in the sand and hoping everything will go away, in your opinion?
I don't personally think so.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. 5 months ago, you and I and a lady, I don't remember her name, I'm sorry, we met and had coffee, and the information I got from her, sitting there listening to for about half an hour, was the fact that when she was in the business for 20 years, 15, 20 years, can't remember how long, I'm just going to say this, furs, rings, heels, jewelry, high life, great lifestyle, not once was abuse ever mentioned. Was that true?
No. I've heard, okay. She's talked to me lots, and she is in favor of banning.
She's not in favor of banning?
She is in favor.
Okay. That's not what I gathered from it, because if someone is going after that lifestyle and she reached it for 20 years, how does she, and she never did say why she doesn't want she wants banning.
Well, she currently works for groups to get people out of
Okay.
prostitution. So that shows that she cares about it and she realizes it's not something good and wants to get people out.
Okay, perfect. Just want to clarify. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Thank you very much for answering questions. There's no other questions from council. You can return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Lisa Miller. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent.
Sure.
You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Sure, thank you. My name is Lisa Miller. I'm with the Regina Sexual Assault Center. Thanks for having me here this evening. I just want to preface it for council by saying that our agency, we are not a subject expert, and to know that we spent a considerable amount of time thinking about and discussing and researching this issue in the context of the work that we do in this community. We appreciate the opportunity to again address City Council regarding the matter of the body rub parlors. It's an issue that we feel in many ways impacts the work that we do and impacts the safety and security of women and girls in our community. We've read the available information from the executive and wish to provide the following comments. I think it's really important to note that the issue of sex work is very complex, and the how and why that individuals participate in sex work varies and is very much determined by sex, by gender, by someone's trauma history, by economics, by ethnocultural factors. Our center counsels individuals who are engaged in sex work, and although most of them identify as participating willingly and independently, we do also believe that this choice is due to the above factors being sex, gender, and opportunity. We want to express in the strongest terms publicly that we honor the resilience of these women, that they do what they have to do to get by. We are of the opinion that sex work, regardless of the autonomy of choice, does perpetuate harmful attitudes and beliefs about primarily women and girls, and that this can have a direct impact on the larger community. We did a little bit of research into zones called tipple zones in Europe, and there was research that found that the overall prevalence of sexual violence in a community does decrease for a couple of years, but then it was found to also rise to sort of pre-opening levels. Our agency undertook this research and consulted together as staff to determine the best possible response for this issue, and it was a difficult one for us. It's our opinion that really neither choice, which is not helpful for any of you, that of banning or regulating are really very satisfactory options. It's clear from the information that we've received at our center that a lot of these women are not participating willingly or independently. But we also need to make sure that we don't conflate the issue of prostitution with trafficking. Banning body rub parlors really does little to nothing to decrease the incidence of sex trafficking in the community. It really represents a sliver of the problem. And the fact that the city's attention has been directed to these businesses is solely due to visibility and location, and that banning the parlors merely makes the problem invisible, and it really does not in any way help the women who are participating or working in them. If body rub parlors are banned, the work does go underground. They will find other ways if it's a trafficking situation, they will find other ways for these women to work, or they will move them to a friendlier city where there's regulations in place. Certainly a beneficial aspect of banning is that those organizations that are owned by organized crime, we prevent them from establishing a legitimized toehold in the community. As I said, our organization really is not here to support regulation or prohibit them. but we are interested in protecting the people that are engaged in this work as well as the rest of the community that we serve. And so given that choice, we would support regulation, but with a number of conditions, which I won't read out unless you wish me to.
You have about 45 seconds left.
Okay, well then I will not read them out.
We have read them, though. We have all
Perfect.
read them. We're all aware of them.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. We want to see these individuals engaged with community agencies, particularly because the ones that are in the body rub parlors are not necessarily well connected with those support systems. That the city consider ways to support the women who are exiting or escaping the sector and support ongoing public education that promotes gender equality and nonviolence.
Thank you very much. There are questions from members of council. Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Through your discussions with your co-workers, what were the feelings on licensing of the individual practitioners? What are the conversations about that topic?
Right. Yeah, so that one too, it was a good debate about that. I think that licensing practitioners, provided that there is little to no fee attached to it, can provide some additional entry points for having communication with these individuals. So I think there's some benefit to that. I think when you license individuals and the fee is too high, they simply are servicing more men to pay that fee. It's not going to be the business owner.
Yeah, no, I don't think we can collect a fee high enough to pay back the cost some of this brings our community. As well, here again, not my real wheelhouse, but listening to some of the delegations speak, the idea popped in my mind about a defined code of conduct. I don't want to normalize or make anything normal, but do you think that women involved in this industry are aware of their rights or what humans should be treated as, especially when they've been described as passing from location to location?
Yeah.
Do you think that type of a policy would have any bearing on the situation?
In terms of licensing individuals?
No, in terms of code of conduct definition as part of a licensing.
Right.
For what human rights you're entitled to.
Right.
Proper treatment and
right.
hopefully to give people a sense.
Yeah, I think
do you
that
think that
type
would have
of,
any play?
yeah, I think that type of information would be very helpful for these individuals, absolutely. Again, there's all kinds of, if we're speaking specifically, obviously in the context of the body rub parlors, there's barriers there, there's language barriers there that could create some, how effective that will be, I don't know. But
I don't know either. I'm not even my thinking, but I'm just trying to come up with positive approaches that can find.
Well, I don't think any of us really will know for a long time whether regulating is, we won't, that's a longitudinal.
Thank you again for coming out and caring.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Murray.
Thanks. Through the chair, thank you very much for your presentation. This is one of those decisions where you have really no data to know how many people are affected in the community directly as victims. So what are your thoughts around being able to measure it? And one of the things I look back to is how we measure homelessness in the city. It's very difficult. So we do point-in-time counts, and we have come up with some proactive harm reduction measures in that way that has been helpful. Do you think this is somewhere where getting some data is helpful to really understand the scope of the problem and know if we're actually diminishing it through policy?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. Now, again, if we're speaking about trafficking, I think that there's no good data on that because it's so underground. I mean, we don't know the scope of the problem. I mean, this is something that, we might be able to extrapolate some sense of it from policing, who are frequently doing projects and that sort of thing, but we don't know the scope of the problem. And I know it's big. I know that this is just a sliver.
Yeah, that's one of the things we hear a lot is that sex work is very broad, and this is one sliver of it down here, right?
Yeah.
So what I hear from the police a lot of times is the ability to go in and actually find out if that individual is being trafficked is where a lot of this is where we're conflating the two, but that's the opportunity, is to find out if that individual is being trafficked or not, and without the tools, the police are unable to enter in a lot of cases, or they're on shaky legal ground to answer.
Do you have a question involved?
Yeah, so with that, with the sexual assault center, do you experience a lot of individuals that have come from those brothels that have been trafficked? And that's kind of where my question is coming.
Awesome, yeah. So as I said, as I started this out, we are not the experts in this, absolutely not. We have individuals that do sex work, but it is, they do not identify as being trafficked, though they are engaged in it, willingly as much, as a choice that they have. And I don't, I want to ensure that we honor those people because that they're taking care of their life. So trafficking is a much different issue. And I would also, I would love to see a more collaborative community approach to going into the massage parlors or the body rub parlors, because many of these individuals are going to fear police. They don't understand our legal system. They don't understand their rights and may not speak out to police either.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you, and thank you for coming forward. So one of the questions that I'd like to just find out, if these women do come forward to you, and they say they're being trafficked or they're being abused in some way, do you report that to police through your worship?
Thank you. Adult women, no, we do not. That is always entirely up to them to make that report. They're an adult. Yeah, we don't do that for them. Yeah.
Okay, so so then how does this ever, I guess, move forward to break this ring of trafficking or anything like that? Has there ever been an opportunity where you know of someone that has gone to police through this process, and it's, like, what's been the outcome?
Yeah, I mean, I have spoken with, one individual with the police, and certainly they do have people that reach out to them for help, and they do find, safe places for them and will assist them with relocating. I mean, it does, but in terms of how do we address trafficking, I mean, that is a broader social and systemic problem that is, so much bigger than this. I mean, it is about getting women out of poverty. It's about ensuring that they have education. It's also cutting the buyers, right? If there's no demand, there's no. Yeah.
So I guess, in saying that you would support regulation instead of a ban because it would help women, there'd be some collaboration. Would you see that if there was a ban, or if it goes through, or if it's talked about tonight, with collaboration to help these women with an exit strategy, would that be something that could work as well through your worship?
Right. Yes, I mean, absolutely. It would, for some of those women, it would likely be harder for police to find them and interact with them, potentially. Again, it's a small percentage that may reach out for help because there's fear involved. When you've got, if it's organized crime, when you've got organized crime attached to it, there's fear for themselves and for their family.
So through you, you had indicated that many of these women are working there unwillingly, and
that's the information that I have through our center, is that there's a number of the women working in the massage or the body rub parlors that aren't not necessarily there through their body language and what they don't say.
Yeah. So I guess the one of the big things is that Edmonton has kind of reflected on this, and they've seen that, with regulation for many, many years, that it's hard because it's a huge issue. It doesn't just start there.
Yeah.
So I think you've kind of hit it, kind of the nail there right on the head, because I don't think we have two tools here.
Yeah.
So it's, again, very tough. But thank you for coming forward and the work you do.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Councilor Stevens.
Lisa, thank you very much. Theme of what you've said, the report you submitted, as well as what administration have, is harm reduction. You can class it however you want.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a platform here to say what needs to be resourced. If we're, one, going to make this successful, we want to address health, getting people out of the industry, or if they're going to stay in the industry, actually empower them in some ways to have control over their lives. What would you say to different levels of government? It's speaking to this Nordic model where you have a comprehensive support structure. What do you need?
Is this a Christmas wish list?
Yeah, actually it is. You have there's cameras on. We want to hear what is required to address this problem.
Yeah, I mean, again, as I said, I mean, this is such a broad social issue. I mean, these are, again, oftentimes people that need more education. They're in a position where they're very vulnerable to traffickers, luring them in and then there they are. So I mean, again, are we talking about the massage parlors, like the body rub parlors, or prostitution
Let's
in general?
think specifically about body rub. But
Yeah.
if you want to talk generally about sex work, that's fine. But we want to address this issue. What is it going to take?
Yeah. Well, it takes public education about what might be occurring in these body rub parlors, so that people are aware of who they may or may not be interacting with. But again, this is a sensitive issue for me because we have individuals that do sex work that we know, and I am not going to dishonor that choice for them. So we need to make sure that what is being provided are more opportunities and to feel safe to come forward. And, we don't have any dedicated resources for trafficking in this province at all. And there's very specialized needs for people. There's a lot of safety needs. And again, education, sometimes addictions, treatment, that sort of thing. And we don't have that right now. So that's what I would be looking for.
Thank you very much. And I know you don't want to have a position on it, but would you say, considering that the city has a limited wheelhouse of power, the one role that we could play would be through this licensing regime, which would only serve us really to identify where some of these facilities are and where some of the workers are. Is that fair to say?
Right. And I think for this particular population, that we're speaking of right now, I think, regulating might be the only way that we can kind of have a understanding and hold on what's occurring.
Okay. So imperfect, but better
Pretty
than an
imperfect.
alternative.
Yeah. And it goes back again to the safety of women and children in our community when men use women as objects. It perpetuates some damaging beliefs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll flip this around in a different way. Do you think we should go back down the road of criminalization, bans, prohibitions, law enforcement raids?
Yeah, no, and I think my position's pretty clear. I mean, these individuals are engaged in sex work because not all of them, but I mean, for many of them, it's some lack of other opportunities. It's past trauma from their childhood. There's a lot of factors there, and I think criminalizing people that are already, have so much against them is just wrong.
And that criminalization approach, does it make things worse and less safe?
Well, yeah, because they've got to go and meet people in places that are not safe, and less likely to talk to authorities. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for the report.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks,
Oh,
Lisa.
no, we have more questions.
Lisa, please.
More questions, sorry.
I thought it was off the hook.
No,
Sorry.
you're not yet.
No hook. No hook.
Not that easy.
Thanks
Dang,
for your
okay.
thoughts. I have two questions.
Okay, go
First
ahead.
one is, when you mentioned that you saw that the ban and the licensing, neither one were your preferred choices.
Yeah.
What's your preferred choice?
Oh, boy. See, that's the pie in the sky question, because it's like that it didn't have to exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Second question, from the recent inquiry, missing and murdered Indigenous people, did we learn anything that is applicable here that you can apply for me?
Well, I think one of them is when we criminalize, when people are criminalized, it makes them less able to reach resources. They're less, in a lot of cases, prone to trusting police when things are happening to them. So we have to be ultra cautious about that. And I think the missing and murdered women, I mean, is a great example of a population that has been oppressed and has experienced all kinds of barriers to the education and opportunities that so many of us enjoy, including myself. And that's why we have so many that are not with us.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Flagel?
Thank you, and welcome. I know on your number 2 statement here, it says existing criminal record and background checks for business owners, funders, and managers, but you don't mention the worker.
Well, I did in number 3, but...
Oh, yes, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
Currently, and I can't remember if you said, are you working with exit strategies for prostitution today within your own work?
Our own organization?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. And again, that is because, as I said, we see very few individuals that reach out to us for assistance. I can count on one hand the number of times that we've had a call to our crisis line from someone that was likely in a trafficking situation and was looking for support. Again, there's considerable safety issues, in terms of when they're wanting to meet with staff or meet with volunteers. There's certainly issues around who's also with them or who's following them or that sort of thing. And we provide them as best we can with information about resources, encourage them to go to the police, that we would support them to go to the police, but that is the extent of what we do right now.
Thanks. Through you, when you're dealing with ladies, men, whichever it happens to be, through your organization, does immigration come into play when in terms of them wanting to go back to their countries to visit? They don't want their family to know they're in these situations. Does that play on them as maybe that's why they don't report? Or?
Yeah, anecdotally, yes, that's a big issue because there's so much shame attached to that, and some of them are being promised jobs that are they're legitimate. I don't mean sex work is not legitimate, but I mean they're being misled about the employment here.
Coming here.
Yes.
Right. So there was an article in the Leader Post when this all first came about that one of the owners asked that we not license the workers because when they want to go back to Asia, wherever they happen to be coming from, they have to record their status and their job situation, and it may impede them from either leaving or coming back into Canada. Have you ever run across anything like that?
Well, not personally, no.
Well, not you personally, but in your work?
No, nothing like that in our work, no. And I understand the question, and I do understand the concern that some people on council may have around licensing workers. I think there's legitimate concern around people's privacy and confidentiality about what work they're doing and who finds out about it. Absolutely, I think that's a big concern for sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Looks like now you can return to the gallery.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Graham Becky is the next delegation. So Becky, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Graham Becky. I work for a charity operating under the business name International Students Assistance Association of Regina. This provides English tutoring to international students and immigrants. Over the last 7 years, more than 1,000 students at U of R have received our assistance in some form. And as a lawyer, I also provide legal services to needy and vulnerable immigrants under a pro bono license program with the Law Society of Saskatchewan. I just want to thank Council for the opportunity of speaking today, and I appreciate both the seriousness and difficulty of the choices which you have to make. I believe that you as councillors and the city employees, you are committed to do what is right and what is in the best interests of the citizens of Regina. In my previous submission in June, I made the following points. The United Nations General Assembly Resolution 61/144 calls on all governments to eliminate demand for trafficked women and girls. Demand for sexual services has been identified as a root cause of trafficking of women and girls. And the decriminalization and legalization of prostitution leads to increased demand for sexual services. That's the point I want to look at today. I'll make the next point. This makes sense, as when we legitimize prostitution by attaching it to a licensed business, we naturally increase demand for services. Businesses are created for profit, and demand increased profits necessitates increased demand for sexual services. Just going to say that one more time. Businesses are created for profit, and demand for increased profits necessitates increased demand for sexual services. More profit demands more business. Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act, does not legalize prostitution, nor does it allow a city council to decriminalize or legitimize prostitution. Quoting from the technical paper on Bill C-36, Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act, on the Justice website, Bill C-36, quote, Bill C-36 seeks to denounce and prohibit the demand for prostitution and to continue to denounce and prohibit the exploitation of the prostitution of others by third parties, the development of economic interests in the exploitation of prostitution or others, and the institutionalization of prostitution through commercial enterprises, such as strip clubs, massage parlors, and escort agencies in which prostitution takes place. It also seeks to encourage those who sell their own sexual services to report incidents of violence and leave prostitution. Bill C-36 maintains that the best way to avoid prostitution's harms is to bring an end to its practice. I would like to look at point number 3 and focus on that today. And that I've provided a paper to you. Does legalized prostitution increase human trafficking? And I believe you've all been given a copy. In reviewing the article by Cho, Dreher, and Newmayer, does legalized prostitution increase human trafficking? I want to speak about 2 effects. The legalization of prostitution has a scale effect.
Mr. Beck, you have 1 minute to go in your presentation time.
A scale effect versus a substitution effect, and that's what it focuses on. The scale effect of legalizing prostitution leads to an expansion of the prostitution market, and thus an increase in human trafficking, while the substitution effect reduces demand for trafficked prostitutes by favoring prostitutes who have a legal residence in a country. Our quantitative empirical analysis of cross-section of up to 150 countries shows that the scale effect dominates the substitution effect. On average, countries which legalize prostitution experience a larger degree of reported human traffic inflows. Here we see that legalization of prostitution increases human trafficking. At the same time, it operates to favor prostitutes who have a legal residence in our country. The scale effect is one effect, and the substitution effect is the other. The study, yeah.
I'm going to have to stop you here.
Okay.
You have your 5 minutes. I'm sorry. We have all read your material.
That's good.
All members of council have read that. There may be questions from members of council, but I do have to continue at 5 minutes. Are there any questions of Councilor Barshani?
Thank you for coming forward. Just in regards to the Bedford case and how it relates to this, if you just elaborate how, when we're talking about human trafficking, it may be different. So, Your Worship.
So the Bedford case is a prostitution case. And the argument was put forward against, in the Bedford case, it was about community protection. But our laws have been changed to address human trafficking. And so there is a difference between that case. It can be distinguished based on the laws that have been put in place by Bill C-36. We're trying to address the human trafficking question, and I believe that we can make good policy arguments that would be effective in any court to argue for banning a massage parlor.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bersiani. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you very much. I've actually enjoyed reading through your material, like of the delegates, word for word. It's been quite impressive. About the decision, forget the legality of it. The decision, if you read it, is actually a heartfelt reflection on the fact that the criminalization of sex work amplifies the safety risks. What's your thought about that, given the research that you've presented?
Okay, first of all, I would like to clarify that I think the laws that we have, I mean, the question that we're addressing here is not criminalization at all. Banning is not criminalizing. The laws are already in place, and we have to work with the laws that are in place. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that how you're drawing the conclusion by banning that somehow we're criminalizing the prostitute. I don't see the connection there.
So if I may, one of the justices writes in this decision is the alternative to having an establishment where someone can actually practice this for whatever reason under whatever conditions, it's more dangerous on the street. And in fact, it's the fact that none of these workers had a place to be that leads many of them into Robert Pickton's car.
Right.
And it's explicitly referenced. And it's backed by evidence, academic, advocacy groups. So that's the safety. You can call it criminalization or bans,
Right,
but the point was, if Bedford wasn't allowed to work in her home and was constantly harassed by police on illegal grounds, the result is a lack of safety on the streets.
Right. So what I was talking about earlier, when we legalize prostitution or legalize make a business and regulate it, the effect of that has two scale effects. Well, I mean, two effects. One is scale effect, which talks about volume. And it's clear from the studies that by legalization of prostitution, volume increases. The second effect, which is working contrary, is called substitutionary effect. And there is admitted harm reduction through regulation. We can't deny that. There is some harm reduction through regulation. However, the substitutionary effect, what it does is eliminates foreign trafficking, and it increases domestic trafficking of women and girls. So we have these two effects, and the overall volume when you open the door to this increases. And for that reason, it says that in the document, the conclusion is that the scale effect dominates the substitution effect, and thus countries with legalized prostitution experience a larger degree of human trafficking. So there may be some harm reduction happening, but overall we're enslaving a greater volume of women and girls. And that is the issue that cannot be denied. The scale effect is dominant over every other effect.
You've obviously put yourself out there as a proponent of what was C-36 attributed to the Nordic model. And the Nordic model includes investments in housing, education, childcare, all sorts of social supports. When the Harper Conservatives instituted C-36, was it a moral argument, or did they actually back it up with all of the different financial and social supports required to assist sex workers?
This brings to a significant point. When we talk about a banning, I think that also has to be accompanied with City Council working with the community and to establish safe houses for exit strategies, and that the city needs to reduce harm to prostitutes through giving them a way to get out of the trade. This is the whole purpose of the legislation, to put an end to the whole thing. So we have to effectively take steps to help people get out. So it's not just good enough to say we ban, but we must also work with the community. We must have a community effort to create safe houses and work with the police and have a place where people can exit.
I totally agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
No other questions. So we do ordinarily have a break at 7:45. So I'll ask if council wants to continue with, just a moment, continue with delegations and then take a break, or take a break now? One more? One more delegation. Continue with the delegations? Okay, I agree as well. Okay, one more delegation, Steve Zielinski. Good evening, Mr. Zielinski. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Steve Zielinski, and I'm a citizen of Regina. And Mr. Mayor, Aldermen, Alderwomen, thank you for the privilege of appearing before you. I sent in a list of things why I believe this activity should be banned from Regina. I'm sure that each of you have read it, but I just want to highlight some of this. Like, we've had evidence presented here today that the sexually transmitted diseases have been rising tremendously. It's not good for the health of the people participating, whether customers or providers. It increases criminal activity. Like, my question, I guess, comes down to, there is some benefit in safety, but at what cost? At what cost? People's lives disrupted and damaged and sometimes destroyed. Like, the one point I make here is, according to ExodusCry.com, people that are sexually or that are trafficked, their mortality rate is 200 times higher than other people that aren't in it. 200 times. And a couple of the points I make is 1 in 4 traffickers, traffic victims are 18 and under, and this goes with the sex trade. Ages 12 to 13 is a common age to start victims of trafficking, and that's getting into the sex trade. So here we've got a business wanting to come to Regina, and indeed is operating on the edge right now, but wanting to get legitimized. And what are the benefits to the citizens? I think you've heard from umpteen presentations. The citizens of Regina are not in favor of this. Why would we want this in our city? You have increased disease, increased criminal activity. And I agree with the last presenter that not just banning it is enough. We need to have places where where these ladies can go to for help to get out of it. And I'd like to put a challenge to, this is a good city. You guys have been doing a good job, but this is an opportunity for you to stand out and stand up and do what's right. And I'd like to see Regina get the reputation that Regina puts people first. Put people first. That means the providers, the customers, these are all people that are increasing the risk towards disease, destruction, trafficking, you name it. Mr. Mayor, I think that's the extent of what I want to say.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and doesn't appear to be any question from members of council, so you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Councilor O'Donnell?
I would simply like to introduce the supplementary report. This is the regulation of massage parlors. This is in reaction, I guess, to a request from council that we bring back further information for council to consider. This is a receive and file, please.
Can I have a seconder for that, please? Councilor Young. So this report will inform our second report, so if it's a wish of council, we could not debate this because it actually informs the second report, so I'll ask that we just go right to the vote. All those in favor of receiving and filing? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Next report is CR 19-78, and this is the main report. Deals with the Priors and Planning Committee regulation of massage parlors. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I'd like to move that massage parlors, body rub establishments be fully banned within the City of Regina, and I have a motion here. A plan be developed to assist workers with information and support mechanisms to leave the industry, which would include the following. A, to engage massage parlors or body rub establishments owners to ensure proposed changes are understood. And B, to engage workers to ensure changes are understood and provide options to exit the industry. C, to collaborate with stakeholder groups to create an exit strategy for workers who want to leave the industry. D, establish enforcement options with Regina Police Service to close establishments utilizing provisions of the Criminal Code. E would be report back to City Council with a review of the ban. And that number 3, that the administration report back to City Council with details of an implementation plan of the ban and engagement strategy for owners and workers by March 31st, 2020.
Seconded by Councillor. Okay, so you got the floor for discussion.
Thank you. So the reason I bring this forward, we've heard from residents of Regina. We've received hundreds and hundreds of emails, letters, petitions with over 2,000 names. And one of the things that I know, I've done my own research, but at the end of the day, the public has spoken. We asked for their input, and they've asked us to ban massage parlors. I think what I learned from Edmonton is the question is, should we be in this business? That's the question tonight. As a city, should we be regulating massage parlors? We have zoning and we have licensing. Is that enough to protect the women in that industry? And is it up to us as a city to take on that illegal activity that we know that goes on there? I contacted Edmonton. Edmonton caps theirs at 25 massage parlors. We have 19 in our city. Toronto has 3 million people. We have 235,000 people. They said that it flourished after regulation. They have another 500 more, and more, many underground. I spoke with Councillor Essingler from Edmonton, who was referenced from Edmonton, indicating that they are now looking at a different way to look at massage parlors. In Edmonton, since 1994, they've done a regulation. 2014, they did a body rub task force. September 18th, just last week, Edmonton Council is questioning the involvement of these businesses and wants a report back on the licensing. I think we need to learn from what's happened. And I would be interested to know how the police force in other cities are handling this, because I think they're all struggling. This is not an easy, as we heard from the delegations tonight. But what I do know is we have to make it right at this council. We have an opportunity here not to just follow the other cities to regulate, but to ban with supports. Ban them with supports. Help these workers get out. That's the key. One of the last things that I want to talk about, and I'll let my colleagues, but when we talk about, and we heard it tonight, it's harm reduction versus more women getting into the industry. That's what it is. We're going to regulate, and we're going to hope that there is reduced harm in here, but we are going to flourish that industry with more and more women. I have 2 daughters. I have a granddaughter. If my daughter was murdered in one of these establishments or was trafficked, I would ask you colleagues tonight, would you be saying I'd be okay with regulation? Would you be okay living beside one? In the report, it suggests they can be right beside in a residential area. If you live there, would you want that? So I leave it with you. I'm open to discussion, and I'll let my colleagues speak from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I stand in support of this motion that's been brought forward. I really don't think it's our role as a city to regulate this type of business. I think it's our role as a city to enforce the laws that are in place. So if there's a law being broken by somebody buying something from a sexual trade, then that's our role to go in and enforce those laws. By regulating something like this, I think it makes us think that it's okay to do this. And I'm not okay with this. I hear people say this is going to keep the workers safe. What about the 14-year-old who's in the neighborhood? What about the residents around it? I really don't think that we're thinking big picture here. I really think that we are representatives of our community. Our community has spoken loud and clear, and I am for banning these massage parlors, body rub parlors, sexual trade industry parlors, whatever you want to call them. I am in favor of banning them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers? Okay, Councillor Murray.
Thanks, through Chair. I'll be brief. I just actually have a question regarding D under number 2, which is reading establish enforcement options with the RPS to close establishments utilizing provisions of the criminal code. And then in our report under jurisdictional limits, I just want to get, if I'm interpreting this correctly, while a municipality can regulate matters covered by the criminal law, a municipality cannot act for criminal law purposes. Are those two in a conflict from the City Solicitor's Office? I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Mr. Solicitor.
Your Worship, D, in my view, does present some problems for this motion. I interpret that as providing some direction from council as to how to direct police operations, which is outside of council's jurisdiction. That's the Board of Police Commissioners and the Regina Police Service. As you recall, council has authority to approve the budget for the police, but doesn't have authority to direct how it carries out law enforcement activities. So in my view, D does present a problem that council should consider deleting.
Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. So if you sit down, you have no other opportunity to speak on the 5 minutes. You're okay with that? Okay. Other speakers? Councillor Frondera.
Thank you, Worship. I rise in support of the motion of a total ban. Reason for that is not just because we hear delegation and the petition of over 2,000 city residents or residents around the area telling us how they feel. In the consultation, Your Worship, we heard that majority of the individuals were asked, and majority or 80% or better stated that they would like to see a ban. So people are telling us something. And we were asked here tonight again, the wishes of a community. And so as we look at all of this going forward, we have to recognize the wishes of the community. And that's the bottom line. we need to protect the integrity of our community. We are still small enough city that this should matter to us. As the mention was that bigger cities, people might get lost in it. And I don't want to be sounding like, well, I'm just a small little town and we don't want anything here. That's not the point. The point is that we are being small enough that we should care. It should matter what we do. Anywhere you turn, you know someone. Or you not just related, but you know someone. And I've had many emails and phone calls and conversation on the side, on the street or wherever. And individuals wanted to know. They didn't want me to tell you here. They wanted to know at that point, how do I feel about it? I know that the City Act thinks that tells me that I need to make my decision here. This is where the decisions are made. But I did tell people how I feel. I mean, I am a citizen. I am a community member. I'm a community volunteer, and I see what's going on out there. So, for me, I did hear a whole bunch of different stories. But when you look at presentation, 13 of them tonight, all 12 went for ban, and one because it's in the business, an area where it's looking after people, different things. It was indifference which way they would go. Or maybe I'm wrong on that. But everyone else that came here, that took the time of their busy lives to come here and say, I want the ban. However you come up with the ban, however you pay for it, or how the community pays for that. If the community wants a ban, not just the community wants a ban, I feel strongly about that. Because I'll give you one more story. When the casinos were legalized, I spoke to a lady when she said her father lobbied against casino. Because what he said is the casinos destroyed the fabric of a family. People were losing their mortgages, losing their livelihood. All of those things happened. And we still went to it. And look what's happening. We have people that are broke, they're selling their houses, they're committing suicide. Same thing with this. We can't stop individuals going to these establishments. I know that we can't have a gate and locks and keys to stop. But we could do something about it. So if ban gives us this little bit of a power to say, you know what, we are a very good, clean city. We have a lot more bigger problems that we need to deal with. So we need to put this away, ban it, and that's it. There should be no more discussion. One delegation said, why are we here? It's illegal. So thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Other speakers? Councillor Matson, you did have your light on. Okay.
Point of order, we speak to this once and we're done for the night. Is that what you said?
I was speaking to Councillor Murray, that he asked one question, and I said, you can't speak again on this motion. Once you've spoken once, you can't speak more than once. That's a rule we know.
On this motion?
On this motion. Well, depending on what happens, this may end it, if yes. Yeah. Okay, so I've got Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Just a
First, I want
second.
to say that I appreciated the comments of all of the delegations who spoke with wisdom and compassion, so I appreciated that. Your Worship, I want to deal with a preliminary matter which was just raised with respect to 2D. I don't share the city solicitor's interpretation of that provision. I don't view it as directive. I view it as an education provision. And I might suggest the following wording if the movers would consider it, that make that clear. D, advice given by the RPS for options available to law enforcement for closing these establishments. I think that makes it less directive and more simply an educating provision.
Friendly amendment, Councillor, are you okay with that? Councillor Bryce, you okay with that as well? Okay, so we'll just Fran, your handwriting is...
I'm sorry about that, for banning these establishments.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wish to make 4 points, most of which have been covered one way or another. First of all, I support the banning of these establishments. This is not a ban that's being imposed or even requested by City Council. This is a ban which already exists under criminal code provisions passed by the Parliament of Canada within their full jurisdiction at the end of 1914. Section 286 bans activities, bans receiving a financial or other material benefit obtained by or derived from the commission of the purchasing offense, that is derived from men wishing to purchase sex from women. So it is a section aimed at pimps and aimed at the owners of these kinds of commercial establishments where body rubs are being sold, but they are in fact activities of prostitution. So all that is going on here in this motion is an affirmation that we respect the provisions of the criminal code. I am confident that the Regina Police Service, if they receive a clear indication from council that they would uphold their duty to enforce the provision of the criminal code to the best of their ability. I believe they will do that regardless, because they are bound to enforce the provisions of the criminal code, which under 286 ban the kinds of activities which are going on in the establishments we are talking about. Point one. Point two, I don't think regulation will be very effective in these circumstances. We've heard the examples from Edmonton, but we have another kind of consideration. We have to consider the capacity of our bylaw enforcement officers to deal with this kind of situation. If it's difficult for the police to regulate, although I think they can regulate, how much more difficult will it be for our own bylaw officers to go into this kind of environment? The police have specialized training to deal with very difficult criminal offenses, like prod, like internet offenses. I believe they have the technical capacity, the understanding of the law to enforce a ban on these kind of body rub parlors. What's more, the expense to the city of trying to mount enforcement through regulation will be over $300,000. Thirdly, safety. It seems to me, as a matter of common sense, that if we attempt to promote or attempt to normalize the kind of activity that goes on in these body rub parlors by purporting to regulate it, we will inevitably have more body rub parlors. And if we have more body rub parlors, we will inevitably have more trafficking of women, more pressure on vulnerable women and girls to go into body rub parlors, more recruitment of these vulnerable people to go into body rub parlors. And I don't see how that can promote the safety of women. I think that the more body rub parlors you have, with the kind of activity which inevitably will go on in these body rub parlors, the more danger you expose our girls and our women to, and I don't support that. I also, though, support the idea that what is needed here is exit strategies. That is something that has to be worked out, but I think it's important that we get on with that, and I appreciated those delegations that addressed that. And finally, Mr. Mayor, we are not around this hemicircle judges. We shouldn't be trying to second guess the constitutionality of one hypothetical or another hypothetical. I have opinions on that come from my own expertise, but it's not my job as a city councilor or any of us to try and guess what the courts are going to do. I'm satisfied that a ban is constitutional, but I don't want to make the argument on the basis of that's what the courts are going to do. None of us know that. It has not been before the courts. Nor are we some kind of academic seminar where we get to debate papers arguing pros and cons of positions. Again, I've been in those kinds of academic seminars. You find good papers on both sides. But, and I'll conclude here, but we do have a function. We are democratically elected people, and as democratically elected people, we have to hear the voice of our citizens, and as Councillor Figueroa has said, that voice has been very clear. They do not want body rub parlors, which are masks for prostitution houses in this city. I respect that, and for that reason, I support the motion put forward by Councillor Bresciani. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I just want to quote this. I've watched women put themselves through university or college and become social workers, administrative workers, EMTs, teachers, etc. for some time. This is a part-time supplement to their main source of income and wouldn't want there to be any possibility of this coming to the attention of their employer or future employers. This was sent in by an anonymous owner of a body rub or massage parlor, whatever we want to call them. Body rub parlors such as mine protect the ladies in a secure and safe place to workers other than the streets or everywhere, subjecting them to more risky circumstances. The ban recommended is heavily based on an opinion that all body rub parlors are a host of such terrible things. Possibilities. 2 owners in the city at one particular time. Right now, there's 1 owner that has 6. These are just little excerpts of a person that's in the business, that is running the business, and basically the strongest one that I see in right here is the very first thing where I've watched people put themselves through university and college as a part-timer to make extra money. I'm not condoning this. I'm just saying this is what some of the industry people are saying. So don't prejudge the whole industry. Yes, all the other stuff is there. I don't disagree. But there are a lot of probably good establishments there. We've heard possibilities or could be. We've heard all kinds of different things. The biggest thing, and if I remember correctly from Mr. Zaharich with the RPS, is that the streets have been a little bit more clean out there. Is this going to put them back into the streets? Where are these girls going to go? Where are these, some men too as well, my understanding. The one thing that I look upon, and you know, we just went through a zone forwarding thing, and we had about a 3,000-page document, and administration recommended that we do this. We fought it. People were losing their jobs. People were moving. The economy was changing because of some of the things that were done in zone forwarding. Here, we have administration recommending licensing, and we have the Regina Police Service in full support, and now we're talking about banning. And we're going to take all kinds of different things away as well. In the prior thing that I was talking about, the zone forwarding, we had an opportunity to change up some business opportunities, and we didn't do that. And we know what some of the people said in the sign business and all that. They're losing jobs, 30% of revenue is gone, et cetera, et cetera. This particular thing, I believe that if we don't license this, it is going to go underground, it is going to blossom, it's going to grow even more. We talked years ago, we want to talk back in the day, prohibition was brought in to kill alcohol. How good did that work? It didn't. My point. Banning is not the right way to go. I think licensing, give the RPS, the Regina Police Service, the tools to do the job that they have sat here for hours and took our questions and said that that was what they would feel is best for our city, because then they can at least put a handle on these people. They can go in and regulate the age. They can go in and regulate their cards, their international status, whether they're allowed to be here illegal or not. And if we license the establishments, Saskatoon has 2. Saskatoon has 2 licensed establishments. The Edmonton report was brought up and it was talked about. But the one thing in the Edmonton report, it said in there that it became a safer environment while this was in place. Why they're looking at this is at the committee level. This could take 2 or 3 years before they decide to change that and take it out. But the streets and the workers and everything it said in there are safer than they were 10 years ago. Why is that? Because they're licensed. So whether some people are bringing forward some things to talk about in Edmonton because they want to bring it forward is one thing. I don't know what the thrust is. I don't know what it is. We're not privy to that because we're not there. There's 4 councillors in Edmonton in the committee, not any different than what our planning committee would bring forward, or our works people, and bring it forward, and then we go through and we send it to administration. Those are some of the things. But the other big thing is that I think if we ban this, and I mentioned it to Mr. Hill, we're going to be like ostriches. We're going to put our head in the sand. Yeah, we can do all these things. We're still going to put our head in the sand because it's not going to go away. And if we choose to be like an ostrich, then we're going to live with the consequences too. So we're living on both edges. But my opinion is to license. I've said this from 2 years ago. We need to license these, get it out of the way, and get it done. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. First question for administration. Could you summarize what the objective of your recommendations are in this report, please?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. When we were looking at this at the outset, it was really to look at 2 things: improving the safety of workers and residents and maintaining the integrity of neighborhoods. So the key issues that have driven the administration's recommendations are that selling of sexual services is legal in Canada, and in Regina, massage parlors have been a discretionary use under the existing zoning bylaws since the early 1990s. Regulation that does not recognize this legality, if challenged in courts, is likely to be struck down. So the issue with enforcing the current zoning and monitoring for illegal activity and reducing victimization has been the lack of effective regulatory tools for us. The other thing is that we are aware that the sex trade includes elements of human trafficking, and human trafficking is a criminal code offense, and the Regina Police Service actively investigates and enforces that crimes. So it's not within our authority to deal with that through our bylaws, but we do have the ability to establish bylaws that address the safety of neighborhoods where these massage parlors could be located and those working in the massage parlor industry. So the recommendation is proposing a system that would be enforced within the powers of the city and keeping and creating the environment of safety in this industry.
Thank you. So there is a harm reduction component built into these policy objectives. Through the chair, in your survey of other municipalities, of academic research, evidence, research reports, etc., and there was also some research in there on health implications associated with bans, what does the evidence suggest? Does it support the recommendations before us?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, through the research that we have done, yes, the research that we have looked into that is supported by third-party reviewers, peer reviewers, has noted that, just as you've said, it does provide those things for the industry.
Terrific, thank you. It's not an academic conference, but it is evidence, and it's evidence that should inform our decision. To the RPS, if I could, to accomplish these objectives, what's the best route? A ban or the licensing regime proposed by administration?
So I'm going to ask if either the chief wants to answer the question, or from the delegation to come and answer the question. Chief Bray.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor, through the chair, as we were providing our information to our city executive team on this, ultimately we felt that the ability for us to have contact with those that are working in the industry is best handled through regulation and licensing. Understanding that there's no question human trafficking is a big issue, and it's an issue that we deal with on a regular basis. We talk about it. We just had a big meeting about it last week and the work that's being done. However, we aren't going to be able to give some sort of counsel to the city that would tackle human trafficking. We can, though, and give some advice that we felt would get us the best leverage to understand what's going on in these establishments and control it through regulation and monitor the situation, and then, of course, link those that are vulnerable in there to supports that they might need as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, for a follow-up, the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls suggests that the criminalization of sex work further creates barriers between accessing police services. In your mind, could the ban in this criminalized approach actually jeopardize engagement with Indigenous peoples and especially Indigenous women engaged in the sex industry?
Chief?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Through you, what I would say is that I think the worry would be with a ban that it would drive it underground. And so our best chance, we feel, our recommendation to the city, our best chance to engage, build a relationship that allows us to facilitate some sort of meaningful supports, services, and potentially exit if that's what the desire is best handled through giving us the leverage through legislation to get into these establishments and make that contact on solid ground. So what I would say, and I don't know if I'm answering your question, Councillor, is that our fear would be that a ban would not eradicate the problem in the city, just drive it underground.
And could follow up to that question through the chair make your work more difficult when it comes to achieving these objectives?
I would agree with that.
That's expert advice. I don't think we need to ask for it again in a motion. Thank you very much. I guess my point here is that there's no silver bullet, and I think the Sexual Assault Center made that very clear. I think there is a consensus around harm reduction and community safety. I think to this end, we need a progressive harm reduction approach on the issue, and that's what's before us. It's a rare opportunity, I would argue, in the province. Licensing, for all its flaws, is the best way forward. And I think all of the evidence before us. We are decision makers. We're not weather vanes. We don't just blow in the breeze. We make calculated decisions, and sometimes that means butting against a petition that might come before us. Criminalization has failed. This is going down a road that has failed repeatedly for decades. Why would we entertain it? The exploitation is significant. Human trafficking is real. We need to confront it. To do so, we've been put before us has been put a recommendation to take a different approach. That's actually leadership. This criminalization approach, as the research suggests, is actually making the negative health implications of sex work more significant. In fact, the importance of the Bedford decision isn't the constitutional question. It's the ongoing conclusion that pushing sex work to the street is harmful, and depriving Terry Bedford of the right to practice her trade indoors was leading to murdered women. It's typically Indigenous women. That's the road that a ban is taking us down for all of its flaws. I think if Council elects to support a ban, we will be also creating a chilling effect on other harm reduction approaches, whether it's safe injection sites or talking about a more proactive approach around drugs, narcotics in the community. So I'm worried that we shut this down, that's it. The door closes for innovative, progressive solutions to complex social issues. That's what's before us, and I think that's really the decision. And what we have is another approach that is effective and again kind of goes against the grain of how we've often make decisions around tough social issues in the province. So administration's recommendation offers council a rare opportunity to take this proactive approach, and I think we should embrace it. We have different perspectives on why people are in the industry. I 100% support the motive behind the second component of Councillor Bresciani's motion, providing the opportunity for this. We also have to look at other social determinant factors. This is taking it in a different road. I don't think it's going to work. To Edmonton, I was wondering if administration could clarify, what did the findings from the city itself conclude? Not what the councillors in that city are proposing, but the findings from the city.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, there is the report we did in Appendix B of the supplementary report, put in the report that went to the City of Edmonton's annual report. The findings were that they were making progress on their the things that they were looking to achieve with respect to licensing of body rub establishments. One of the things that came forward, though, is that as part of the report, there was a risk that they were seeing other personal service providers getting into this business, and that was the conclusion that the city needed to continue to monitor this trend and working to enforce its regulations. So at this point, our understanding is that City Council has agreed to review the program in light of that trend.
Okay.
You've got about 40 seconds left in your
That's
time.
fine. I'll conclude with saying I can't support the ban. Everything says it's a bad idea. I get where people are speaking from the heart. I understand the exploitation and the violence that some members of the sex worker industry experience. This is not taking us down a path that's going to solve any of that. It's going to take us backwards.
Any other speakers on the motion? Councilor Dowell? Councilor Young, you're on there now, okay. I saw you go off and you're back on. Councilor Young, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to consider a ban just from the viewpoint of how would you make that work? So I have a question for the city, and then I have a question for the chief. So if we had a ban and the city learned of a body rub parlor that had opened, what tools do you have? How could you get in, and how could you inspect, and how could you do something about that right now?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I'll ask the city solicitor to go through the bylaw enforcement process with respect to how we would get into one of those establishments.
Mr. Weary?
Thank you, Worship. With any bylaw enforcement matter, we go through a sort of progressive stage of attempting to get compliance. When it comes to, in effect, trying to close down on a legal business, it becomes a much more labor-intensive process that usually involves steps going through notices and orders to comply. Often those are not followed through with, and it eventually winds up with the need to apply to court, the Superior Court of the province, to get an order that would require the business to comply. And so that would mean shutting it down, and then if the business still does not comply, then you have the full force of Court of Queen's Bench order to do that. So that you have to think of it in the context of how you would close down any sort of legal business. So that's what would happen, whether it's under the discretionary use rules that we currently have today, or the Planning and Development Act, or if it was an illegal business that didn't have a business license that was operating. It would, in effect, be a very similar process.
Okay, can you tell me what a timeline might look like on a process like that, if you went clear to Queen's Bench?
Mr. Weary?
It's always difficult to speculate on a timeline for a court process, because there are always lots of ways for parties to delay, but I would say it would be probably a year.
Okay.
That's just a rough
Thank you.
estimate.
And could I ask a question of
Chief?
Chief?
Chief Bray, could you come back up to the...
Or Inspector, Superintendent Zaharik as well?
Yep.
So,
Councilor Young, go ahead.
so let's say we voted a ban in this evening, and we've heard what the city could do. So if you were told about this parlor and that they were operating under this ban, what tools do you have to actually go in and close it down?
Okay.
Right now?
Chief Bray?
Thank you. So I'm going to just provide a brief opening comment, and then I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Zaharik, if that's okay, Your Worship.
Right.
So as I've said before to Council, our police service will uphold the wishes of this council and this city, and so whatever decision is made tonight, you know that our police service will work to keep the safety of our city based on not only the Canadian law that we have and provincial statutes, but local bylaw as well. And so having set that context, Superintendent Corey Zaharik is in charge of the Investigative Services Division of our police service, which really deals with complex investigations. And I say complex investigations because although it sounds simple to say we're banning it, so if it's happening, then we've got to end it. I'm going to let Superintendent Zaharik, though, walk us through what the steps look like in terms of the investigative process.
So if a ban was in place and it was put in place under a bylaw or a regulatory framework under the Cities Act, and that law provided the police with some authority to act, we could, and the key word is could because every situation is different and these are complex situations, could take enforcement action under that law.
The ban?
If somehow a ban was woven into a city bylaw.
Not a regulation, a ban.
Well, I guess, so how do we then, I'm sorry for asking a few follow-up questions, but I'd have to know how a ban would actually be imposed. Would there be a bylaw saying?
We would pass this evening and there would be a bylaw, correct?
It would be a
No?
bylaw that would actually I don't want to get a debate between Councillor Young
No.
and delegation. It's coming to a back and forth discussion. Ms. Howard, do you have anything to add to this?
Through your worship, thank you. We would need an additional motion added that the zoning bylaw be amended, and that includes 9250 because it's the one that's in process right now, that's in effect, and then the new zoning bylaw that was approved by council because that's with the minister. So that would need to be added to the motion to, in effect, no longer allow massage parlors within the zoning bylaw as a land use.
Continue on.
So essentially, the police would need legal authority to act. However, under a bylaw with a ban, there may need to be a criminal code investigation along with that, and that would potentially be a complex, long-term investigation attached to it.
So when you say a long-term investigation, you're saying you have to have evidence that something has happened before you could lay a charge or ban it?
That's correct.
Okay. How long does an investigative procedure take? Just
It depends. You know, everything about this issue is complex. The laws around it are complex. The police role is complex and time-consuming because the interpersonal relationships around this issue are complex. And to try and demonstrate the purchase of sexual services in a business or a building could require extensive police investigation to demonstrate that a criminal act is occurring.
okay. And if we were to pass a bylaw regulating the industry, how would that change your approach? Or would it?
Superintendent Zaharik?
Through you, Your Worship, it would change our approach significantly in my view. It would allow us to impose conditions, regulate, inspect, and really blend an enforcement approach with a harm reduction approach. When we talk about understanding the sector a little bit better, in some ways we don't know much about what's happening in these establishments. And by having the ability to regulate, impose conditions, inspect, it gives us an opportunity to do just that and to take enforcement action when necessary and to close down those establishments that are operating outside of the law. But it also, most importantly, helps us ensure the integrity of the neighborhood and reach out to those vulnerable workers to connect them to service and build relationships so they better understand other options for them.
Okay. So actually, if there was a bylaw that regulated the industry, you wouldn't need to go through long periods of court in order to have access to the building. You would have access to the building immediately.
That's correct.
Superintendent Zaharik?
I'm sorry, Your Worship. That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Don't go yet. Maybe other questions, so just Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, through the chair. Good thing it didn't go anywhere. In the report, it cites $310,000 for the regulatory costs behind licensing. With that same amount of money in mind, how far do you think that would get if we were to ban this towards putting a dent in this trafficking and prostitution problem?
Through your worship, could you just repeat the question for me, please?
In the paper we've referred to, it cites $310,000 as the cost to set up the licensing regime that's been put forward. To take that same amount of money and with a ban in place, try to have a dent on some of the problems we've heard of tonight, do you think it would go as far in the banned version as it would in the regulatory version, or do you think that 310 would be a drop in the bucket for the amount of different outlets we see in our city?
Respectfully, Council, through your worship.
Sarah, go ahead.
Respectfully, that's a public policy issue that I don't think I'm in a position to answer.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just trying to guess at it myself. The numbers are floating in my head, but they're not getting anywhere. That was my only question I had for you. We have an important vote ahead of us. I just wanted to stand up one time. I don't know if it's going to be a recorded vote or not, and to tell you the truth, I feel dirty because I'm going to be voting against the ban. As a good Italian Christian, it doesn't really line up with the version of values I was taught as a child, but I've listened, I've understood, and at the heart of this, I want to help out those who are being exploited and those who are most vulnerable. So as much as it pains me, and it would be way easier to say, yeah, I want to ban it because I'm a good person, I think I'm going to take the hard road and try to find the regulatory regime to help you guys with your trouble.
Thank you, Councillor Masnelli. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, gentlemen. I don't have any questions for you. I'm not sure if the mayor will, but anyway. I just need to say this, and I checked with the nice lady that was one of the delegates before just to validate, but I had spent a number of years ago an evening with some of the kindest, gentlest young men that I ever had. They invited my wife and I to be part of a shared meal and so on, and public celebration of them trying to get off the streets and have a normal life. And so I just want to make it real clear, there are men involved in the sex trade as well. I realize that many, many women are harmed badly and so on, and I want to take nothing away from that. But please understand that there are some men out there as well. Whether they're in this business or not, I have no idea. Two, if I could just comment a little bit on intent. All of the delegations, no matter what your point of view, I believe are very passionate about how they felt and presented their views. I have listened, and I thought the questions from council toward in terms of the police and so on in particular were very valuable to me in terms of forming a decision and so on. And I don't like either one that's before me, just so we're clear, okay? I don't like what's before me. I don't like the topic, just so you, my Catholic Christian faith and all that kind of stuff tells me that. I wanted the lady to answer the question when I said to her, if we didn't have these, what would you really like? So I'm going to take a chance at that question and go like this. I wish I lived in a community where there were many, many houses, whether you call them safe houses or not, but there are places where people in whatever form of distress that they could go. I wish that there was a pool of money, I don't care where it came from, that these people could access so that they could live and retrain and carry on with their life, and that counseling services would be made available. That's what I would really like. And so no matter which we decide, whether it's what is before us here or what the other motion that we have kind of alluded to and so on, I think that what has to be part of anything is that ability to, whether it's exit or whether it's ability to deal with those issues that brought them their poverty and so on, must be paramount. I'm not sure that we have the funding mechanism to do that. In fact, I'm pretty sure we don't. And so I think it becomes incumbent upon all of the people here that we also make a path over across the little pond and say, there's a problem here, and how are we all going to do this together? I don't care which outcome is that, but how are we going to do that together? And let's not point fingers, let's just kind of gather. I think we have an opportunity as people knock at the door right now, and they happen to be federal elections. By gosh, they're promising just about anything. Well, let's just add one more and see if we can get that. But it's not just Regina. On their part, they have to look otherwise. So if I had to vote, I wouldn't vote for either one. I want to be clear about that. But I think the intent is where I have to go to. What are we trying to do? And I think the idea that when we ask for a supplemental report is, how can we do things to help those people, male or female, that are engaged in these activities have safety? The only way that I can see to do that is that we have to have access to them. We must be able to get into their working establishments, deal with their bosses and so on. And so with that in mind, I cannot support this. I will be looking for our other alternative.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Could you, the chair, please? Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. Before I get into my remarks, I want to ask the administration a question on the supplemental report. This is CM 19-13, page 2, related to enforcement. Option B is licensing, and then option D, which is ban. So we have two columns. Licensing seems to say that the authority to enforce licensing rests under the Cities Act, but if you're going to be banning it, it's under the Planning and Development Act. And I'm wondering why, given that, in my view, banning is an option of regulation, why there would be different sources of authority here. For licensing, the Cities Act is very clear. You can enter a building, do reasonable hours, with reasonable notice. Consent is not required. But if you look at option D for banning, you can only go in if you have been given consent by the owner. I'm wondering why there's a difference there. Just explain that, please.
Am I going to the solicitor, please?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Correct. The purpose of these two tables was to highlight the differences between the two regulatory schemes, because the Cities Act is the one that we most typically deal with in passing most of the bylaws related to enforcement. But our understanding of this motion is that it's prohibiting the land use. So it's appropriate for it for the ban, if it was to pass, to be implemented under the Planning and Development Act. And our understanding is that is the way that it has been put in place in those jurisdictions that have that. There is, I can't tell you what the rationale is for the consent requirement. It's very similar to what you have when an enforcement authority wants to go into a private dwelling, a residence. You ask for consent and you can go in. If you don't get consent, then the only other way to get in is with a warrant, unless there's emergency circumstances that require you to gain access without a warrant. But in this case, if we were to go with the land use ban, then in all likelihood, the way that enforcement authorities would need to get into these establishments would be either by the consent of the operator or alternatively through obtaining a warrant from the court.
I'm not going to debate the point, Mr. Chair, just that it's not clear to me why we couldn't use the Cities Act, because banning is a regulatory decision. It's to act in a certain way. So I just find that the answer is not completely complete for me, but I'll let that go. I'll start by saying that I think everybody around this council is committed to one thing only, and that is the protection of the women and men who are in these establishments. They are exploited. They are victims of human trafficking, exploitation, and we all are concerned about the way in which we can help extricate them from this environment, reduce their exposure to what is really a terrible activity, a terrible lifestyle, a terrible circumstance to be in. That to me is very clear. We might differ on, though, is actually how we can help these individuals. And I would say that if you agreed with the motion that's before us, we are not criminalizing women. Let me make that very clear. We don't have the authority to do that. That to me is a pejorative statement. We are not doing that. What we are saying with the second part of the motion is a number of steps to help remove women from this circumstance, which is, again, as powerful as if you were looking at the motion in the main report, that is to ask for regulations and then get into ways to help them exit the system. So the delegations were very informative, very good. Members of council have received an awful lot of emails and phone calls related to this issue. Like Councillor O'Donnell, I don't relish the choice. I don't like the subject matter. I don't like being here to talk about this. Because this floor, this council, municipal government is where we get everybody coming in to talk about problems that really are directly related to provincial responsibility or federal responsibility or someone else's responsibility, and they expect us to solve the problem for us. And that's not always easy to do that. When you speak about harm reduction, you speak about prostitution, when you speak about human trafficking, this is outside the jurisdiction of this council to deal with that. It simply is not possible for us to do that. We have no say in immigration. We have no say in health. We have no say in harm reduction. We could probably, and certainly should be talking to senior governments about how we can deal with that. But we can't do it ourselves. So we're the closest to the people for discussion, and we get this all the time. Virtually everything we see. Homelessness is exactly the same way. It's not our issue, but it's someone else's, but we have to deal with it here. I've struggled with this a lot. This is not an easy decision. I was not looking forward to tonight at all, just because of both arguments are very persuasive. Very strong arguments on both sides. My view is I'm going to vote for the motion tonight. I think that banning it and working toward harm reduction, working toward a way to move these people out of here is a way to go. I say this with great reluctance because on the other side of the argument is equally as powerful as well. So I want to hear what others say. I guess I'm the last speaker, but how the vote goes. I'll say this last point. I'll support this motion. If it doesn't carry, I'll be supporting the next motion too because council's spoken. My position is no moral authority over anyone else. I've heard so much about why people want this banned. I cannot say no to it. I can't deny that. I have to support it. Thank you.
Cool.
Councilor Bresciani, you have 3 minutes to close debate.
Thank you, Worship. So if I could ask for a recorded vote too as well, I would appreciate that. Well, I'm just gonna, I'll keep it,
Short.
well, yeah, sure, I'll try. I've heard from the residents of Regina, we've all heard, my council colleagues, we've debated back and forth. One of the things that, and I've done tons of research, talked to other cities, every municipality is working and struggling with this issue of massage parlors. Every police, every organization that you talk to. So I agree with Mayor Fougere, there needs to be a conversation with the federal government as well to take this forward and talk about this publicly of how we can help, how we can work in this way. But one of the things that I want to talk about is, it's interesting tonight, not one massage parlor here to talk about what they want to do, how they want to be in our city.
Order.
How they want to be in our city. And I think if you want to be a business in our city and you want to set up in our city, come and speak to us and tell us how you want to be here in our city. And then we'll give you a license. That's how business is done when you run a business. When we talk about the Edmonton, and this is the reason I know that regulation doesn't work, and this is not about criminalizing women. This is about aiding women, helping them move forward. In 2017, and we've used the statistics from Edmonton a lot in our reports, those women in the parlors that are regulated are begging, crying, asking for the city to do something because they're being beaten and tormented, not just by their customers, but by the owners of the parlors. So why don't we send a message to the owners of the parlors, to the business owners? We don't want your business in our city. Thank you to Barrie, Ontario, PA, Saskatchewan, high Indigenous population there, and Steinbach, Manitoba. You're a leader. You've stood out. You've standed out and you've said, you know what, we don't want this in our city. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to help these men and women who want to leave the trade, get out of the trade, and we're going to support you in that way. That's what we can do as a council. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. You've closed debate, so we'll do a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start with Councilor Bresciani as you move the motion.
Yes. In favor.
Councilor Young.
Against?
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Against?
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Against?
Councillor Mancinelli.
Against.
Councillor Murray.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
The total, Mayor, is 5 in favor, 6 against. The motion is law.
Motion is defeated. So I will now invite a motion to go forward. Or not. Councillor Stevens.
Motion we advance administration's recommendation.
Okay, it's on the table, okay. I need a seconder for that, please. Councillor Young. I think we've discussed this in a certain way, so I'm just going to call the question, unless there's any other speakers.
I have amendments, if you're, to this main motion, is
Okay,
that what you're
just-
asking, or what,
just-
sorry?
We're now have on the floor the motion to adopt the recommendations in the main report. Councillor Stevens has done that, second by Councillor Young. So I'll take a list of speakers, and Councillor Flagel, I think you're the first one to speak on it.
What I'm wondering about, and to address a couple of the concerns of the one lady, was the signage and the lights and the flashing and and she didn't bring it up, but I would wonder how do we address this and put something into form? And can we have maybe another discussion about this in terms of, and I'll just take a couple of them that I know, they're about 100 yards away from schools. Can we not have it so that they have to be 500 meters away from schools? And I know we're talking industrial, residential, because they'll strip on Victoria Avenue. If you go from Broad to Arcola Avenue, there's a mixed use. There's, between Broad Street and Winnipeg Street is car rental places, pet food stores, hotels, accountants, and everything, and then you get closer to Winnipeg Street, and then you have ice cream shops and pizza places, and et cetera, et cetera. So it is a strip that's commercial, and yet there's a school right in there. And is there any way that we can set up a meeting or maybe discuss it here tonight as to how do we talk about all of the smaller things that have bothered some of the residents, that we can maybe appease that side of it? We heard from the Heritage Community Association that said they're in favor of a licensing side based on the information that we got from Shayna. And maybe we should have a discussion with her and her committee to talk about some of the things that we can maybe tone down the look of the establishments, because I know they're all lit, and I've mentioned this, they're all lit up with neon lights and Christmas lights and everything like that. That was to differentiate them between a massage therapist and a body rub parlor. Well, now we have the opportunity to maybe tone these places down to keep it to an inside window, no lights on the rails, no Christmas lights, and all this kind of stuff. And then also, we can't get into how they advertise on the internet or whatever, because that's just Wi-Fi, right? Everybody can go www and pull up whatever they want throughout the whole system. But when we look at the types of things that the people out here, some of them we're talking about on the smaller scale to the younger people in the thing, if we can tone these places down, like, I've driven by them all. I've probably counted them all. If I look at some of the ones that are on Albert Street that are totally out of industrial, all they got is a little sign. But you go to the Broads or Victoria Avenue ones, they're lit up like Christmas trees. That doesn't make sense. You'd think it'd be the other way around. They want to just fit in with the neighborhood. So I don't know how to do this, if we put a motion forward or that we create another meeting to talk about adding this into the next stage of this prior to bylaw, by the reading of the bylaw, if this passes. Just my thoughts.
Councillor Flagel, before you sit down, because you only got, you've talked enough, you got a minute and 30 seconds left.
Oh, heck.
So you can either ask the question without an answer, or you can ask the administration a question, or you can move an amendment to it. You have tools at your disposal, but if you don't want to pursue, you don't have to. There's no obligation to do that.
I would like to know how, through administration, if we could, how we could handle this.
Ms. Howard.
Through you, Your Worship. So as the recommendations are written, there would be a report that would come back to council with the details of the licensing program. And the recommendation would be by March, in accordance with the policies, by March 31st, 2020. And then the necessary bylaws. With licensing, we have the ability to regulate hours of operation, adherence to health authority personal service standards, criminal record checks, age of employees, authority to work in Canada, inspections, advertising, etc. Site design, those things can all be done through the licensing provisions, lighting, signage, site design, and frontage, where they can access. So if this motion were to be passed, all of that information would come back in a report to council for the bylaw to introduce the licensing. And within that, there could be a recommendation that we consult with the community associations to get, or the community to get more feedback on what those licensing. As far as setbacks that you mentioned, right now there is the setbacks that we would be recommending. They are the same as what we have for cannabis, but it is at council's discretion whether or not you wish to have that as a greater distance, or through the licensing also the opportunity to limit only so many licenses also is something that's at the disposal. But all those details would come back with the licensing bylaw. Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that. The one other thing I was just trying to run it through my head was that oh gosh, I forgot what I was going to say. I'll have to think about it and let somebody else ask it for me. But I would like to see that, because I think it's important that we at least address some of the main concerns. The thing that we make sure is that we do this right, so that when we go forward, if this passes, that we look at this and we can then have the RPS do their job like they've told us that it would be that much easier and better to do. So I'm good with this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Mancinelli.
Can I propose an amendment, or do we have to vote on this the way it is?
You can propose an amendment, yeah.
I'd like to propose an amendment that we include a licensing for workers provision in the proposed bylaw. I don't have the wording to put it out in front right now. Is that something administration can return with, properly put together?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe we would just need to be workers and clients, because we have it with respect to option B. I might ask Ms. Martin whether or not, if the other, no, I don't believe they do have both the workers and the...
Ms. Martin?
Sure. I think that we could simply amend recommendation number 3 to say that the plan to develop a licensing program for massage parlors and workers be, of this report be, and that the plan return, that the administration return to City Council in option 4 with specific recommendations.
That would be agreeable to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need a seconder for that motion. Councillor Barsiani. Pardon me? Okay, we're adding the term licensing for workers. That's mine. Well, until we actually put it in here, but I think it's simply adding the term parlors and workers. So there's a one-word addition to it. So, Councillor Barsiani, you seconded that? Do you want to speak to the amendment?
I do, and I just, reading over the wording on there, I want it to be clear that the licensing cost for the workers be extremely minimal. I don't care about the owners, but the workers. Always has to be a dollar exchange for it to be a transaction.
Okay.
Speaking to the amendment, paying attention to the missing and murdered Indigenous file going through our community right now. I've said a couple times tonight, giving a name to a person is a big part of bringing them into our society. So this is intended to do that, as well as that point of contact everyone keeps on referring to when we speak of interaction with police and them being able to help frontline people. I think that's one of the points of good that can come from this, and I hope to implement that with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll ask people not to touch their request to speak on the main motion. So I want to see those who put their hand up who want to speak to the amendment. Councilor Barchiani is first, and then Councilor Young. You have 3 minutes on the amendment.
Can I had wanted to, can I add things that I want to see in
Well,
this
I'd
then,
rather
or-
you just deal with this motion. You
It
have
is.
a chance to speak to other motions if you have, but
Oh,
this
no,
is to the
it's-
amendment only.
It is, so it's regarding the workers?
Yes.
But the criteria that I want to see more than this, if he's,
I'm agreeable.
Well, let's see what it is first.
okay, sure, so it's, their data, they must be 18 years of age, criminal record check, and Amber has all this, home address and phone number, proof of identity and photo required, proof of Canadian citizenship and residency status, list of all aliases, any course, the course if they're going to take this, the course that we may offer, or the, not sure what a medical check, and the list of websites they've used. And this is what Saskatoon has used, and a bit of Edmonton.
Councilor Massenet, are you in agreement with that?
Everything but the 18 years of age, I think that should be brought up to 19. I think it's in line with a lot of the other things we do in our society.
Everything,
Just a moment. You agree with it?
I'm in agreement with everything there except for the age. I'd like to see that at 19 if Councillor Bresciani is agreeable. I think that more aligns with some of the other social ages we've cited.
So who seconded the motion?
I did, but I did, sorry. Just,
Okay, I'm not going to have a debate back and forth.
No.
Okay.
If she's not agreeable, I'm fine with 18. I just think 19 might be
Okay,
better.
okay. Well,
okay, I'll leave it, I'll accept the thing at 19, but all of the other regulations within the report say 18, so I'm just wondering legally, is there something why they said 18
to
and
the
not 19?
administration, the age of between 18 and 19, is there, to Mr. Solicitor, what do you have to say about that? Is there an issue related to what's a better number?
35?
I don't have advice one way or the other. I mean, there's different ages that are used for different activities within the community, so don't have an issue one way or the other.
Just for the sake of ease, I'll leave it at the original amendment Councillor Bresciani had if it aligns with the rest of the report we're reviewing right now, just so there's no discrepancies.
Okay, so
I say we move it to
that's
45.
now the motion, the amendment with another amendment attached to it. So speakers, are you finished?
Yeah.
Speakers on, I think, Councillor Young, you were next on the amendment.
The amendment, and that list could be found in the supplementary report, and I would hope that administration would not feel that they are boxed in by that if they come up with some other things that they may want to add to that would happen. I think that one of the things that licensing will do is giving us a lot of information about the sector and what's going on. And I think it will make it easier for us to connect with other services, police services across Canada, for instance, and if the federal trafficking bylaw comes in, if it survives the election, that could also be something that could be used. So the more information we have, the more we can set up programming, the more we know what's happening, and it will just clarify things. So I support this.
Okay, next speaker I have on the amendment only is Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I'm going back to the times that we talked with licensed owners, and they gave some pretty good indications as to why they didn't want their workers go through all this because of immigration, because of travel, because of passports, getting to and from, because of family members that didn't know the type of business that they did, whether it's full-time, part-time. And so if this creates some kind of a hardship, which I'm not sure we should have to worry about. But in the same vein, if it's going to take away passports from people because of the industry that they're in, criminal or legal or whatever you want to call it, I'm not sure that it's the right thing to do. We talked about, in the one thing, it talked about everybody but the worker. And if we're trying to protect the worker, are we putting the worker in a box and not allowing them out of that box to travel to do anything other than get out of Saskatchewan or wherever they want to go, back home to their home country, wherever that is. So I'm not sure I like this. I like some of the things about it, but in terms of that particular thing and you know, talking to some and talking to the, reading the one report from the lady in the newspaper, that was one of the big concerns they had. And I think other people would, there was one other note that we got that voiced that same concern about licensing the workers. So I don't know if that'll support this, but I'll listen to what everybody else has to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I want to be respectful, but I need to say this. It's been a rather intense evening so far. We needed to listen, we needed to hear, and we needed to make a very large decision. And now we're getting kind of down into the minutia. And I'm not really sure that that's really what I would like to do right now. So I think if we can perhaps comment to staff briefly in the next little while, give them a bit of a framework. We're going to get all this back and we can start looking at it from a fresh eye. But at this point, you're asking a lot of me.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
I just want to briefly ask about the financial implications of part of this. Well, first of all, just verbiage, date of birth must be 18 years old. It should be age, must be 18 years of age, not date of birth. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Yeah, but it's wrong, so just so we have that corrected. Under the financial implications, I'm going to read it exactly because we're talking about criminal record checks and the like in here. It says that RPS support for criminal record check, property ownership, and business ownership checks. I'm wondering what exactly that means, RPS support for it. Does that mean provide those for free? I'm just wondering under financial implications.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, so during this, it was, we didn't get into that level of detail. It would be part of that process for the application fee that they would have to pay any other fees to get that information.
Okay. What I'm opposed to is the workers getting free criminal record checks. Every other employer or employee has to get one for any job that they have, whether they be working at a fast food place or a caregiver. And I don't want this industry having free criminal record checks just because of financial implications here. That should be something that they could put back on the employer if needed. I just think that in specifically talking about the amendment in front of us, I don't want our tax dollars going to pay for this. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I indicated in my earlier comments that I was in favor of banning body rub parlors. One of the reasons I was in favor of banning them was because I'm absolutely convinced that the regulatory regime that was proposed and is now proposed to be amended is utterly unworkable. I think that the complexity of this is not, I'm skeptical whether it can be properly done by the administration, but I'm sure it cannot be properly done on the floor of council. I won't vote for anything that contains a regulatory provision, so I won't be supporting this amendment or any other motion which moves in the direction of regulation, again, because I think it'd be utterly ineffective. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. So, other speakers to the amendment?
Through the chair, a question for administration. This was not included in administration's initial recommendation. Could you explain why there was a rationale for it?
Through your worship, there were some concerns when we went out to the stakeholders with regards to the workers being concerned that we couldn't protect their privacy if they were licensed, because under FOIP, the license information might not be considered private, and so that's why. But this is something that Saskatoon does, and we would move through it the same way if a request came forward.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this has been considered, but could this then create a dual stream again of body rub parlors where you have documented and undocumented workers in the same industry, but underground and above board? Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, there's always that possibility that an establishment may pop up,
Yep.
and then we would have to deal with that through our regulations, and that's one of the things, is if there was an operation that didn't have proper licensing and proper zoning approvals, then that's when the regulatory tools would come in for us to enforce its shutdown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Murray?
Chair, I agree with my colleagues. I don't know if the best place to form some of these intricate, nuanced decisions is on the floor of council, but if this is what we're talking about right now, I need to know who would have access to that database, where it would be held, what agency, whether it's the RPS, city administration.
Ms. Harlock?
This information would be within our licensing system that we would have here at the city, and then any requests that would come in, we would evaluate it whether or not we would release any of that information. And then the RPS may have access to it. As noted, a lot of these details about how the program would work and all of those things would be coming forward in a future report.
That's what I prefer. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Other speakers on the amendment? Before I call the question, I would, getting a sense from some members of council, and I share this, that we should perhaps let the administration come back with the regulatory regime they see, and we can amend from there. To be doing it all night tonight, I think is going to make a long night, and I think it's give the chance to the administration to craft what they think they've heard from us, and I'm sure they're listening to what we have said, what the delegations have said, if it's applicable, and then come back with that, and we can amend from there. So I know there's other amendments coming forward. I'm asking for some indulgence to let the administration do that work and come back again. To the administration, when is that report coming back?
Through your worship, the end of March 31st.
So March
we'll
next
return.
year. Okay. So I'm hoping members will, I can't stop other members from coming, Court, just a moment, Councilor Barshani. I can't stop others from doing that, but I ask for your indulgence to let the administration do its work, come back again. Crafting on the floor of council is not the easiest thing to do. So, just one moment. Councilor Massinelli, you can close debate on your amendment if you'd like to. Okay. On a point of order, Councilor Barshani.
I just want to be clear that I agree with Councillor Hawkins, but at the same token, in the report, there was nothing for the worker.
That's fine.
So I think by throwing out some examples, then it gives administration an opportunity to look, but at least it gets the feel of council of what some of the things that we want to see in it. Otherwise, it wasn't in the report at all,
There's no
just for
issue with that. I'm
clarification.
just saying
Okay.
further ones in the future. I'm saying not this one. This is clearly on the floor. It's legitimate. It's right to be on the floor.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll call the question on the amendment as up here. All those in favor? Those opposed? Let's do this again. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 5. Those opposed? Motion's defeated. Okay. Councillor Young, I believe you're next speaker.
Well, I was going to bring an amendment forward, but it looks like I'll have to save it till March.
Councillor Young, you're really wily at this one. You're a veteran. You could just say, would you like to see in this? And then they'll
Right.
take note of that, and we'll just
Okay.
let them walk away from it.
What I'd like to see is, I'd like to see the administration look at keeping the zoning in the industrial area, which it is now. And the reason for that is that quite a bit of this talks about how we would regulate within neighborhoods. And we've heard a lot of people talk about issues with having them in their neighborhood. So the amendment was to confine it to the zone where it is now, which is the industrial area.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councilor Bresciani.
Okay, so just some of my comments in regards to, I would like to see these, also we heard tonight that residential homes be included. Both single and multifamily. And if that, I'll just throw the things out that we want to see in the, when you bring back the report. That is when I want to see that the residential homes, the residential homes be included in that. The other thing I would also like to see if, in regards to the owners, operators, Edmonton has cameras and panic buttons that they use as well. And we talked about signage, and the other one is hours of operation. What does that look like? And the other one is a cap. Most of the cities in the report have a cap that they've used on the amount of massage parlors that they have in their city. I would like to see our city have a cap of some kind, and administration can come back with where that would fit. And I think that that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I just, we have other speakers that are, Councillor Hawkins, the main motion.
I thought we were listing amendments that we'd like to
Well,
see.
yeah, and I know that. I'm just going to suggest, I just want to say one thing about this. Just because you're listing things you want doesn't mean the administration is going to say yes to every one of them. They may say no. We think it's not right to do, so just so we all know that. So, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. It appears to me that the administration is going to be asked to design a new regulatory system with new regulations and presumably enforcement mechanisms, operational information. I'd like to see that entire operation costed out when it comes back as part of your report, so that the citizens of Regina know exactly how much it's going to cost them to regulate this illegal industry. Thank you.
Councillor Young, I thought you spoke of the main motion already.
No, I have not spoken to the main motion. I just brought a supposed amendment forward that's now just an idea.
Okay.
May I go forward?
Yes, but this
Thank you.
is the second time you spoke.
Okay.
It actually is.
No, I just said I had an amendment, and you said I
Yeah,
can't have
that was your
an
time to
amendment.
speak,
Well,
Councillor
we
Young.
can't argue on the floor of council, so I will go ahead and speak to the main motion. That's all right.
Well, you've already spoken though.
Not to the main motion I
You
have.
did. That was the time you spoke it, I said
No.
you can speak to what you'd like to see in the motion.
I have not spoken to the main motion at all.
You're standing,
I spoke to that motion.
oh, you did, you voted, then you got up again and
Yeah.
spoke after,
Yeah.
on the main motion. Is the consent of members let her speak again?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have
Thank
spoken
you.
once already.
Thank you. Well, if I did, this is what I said. That I really want to thank Lisa Miller, because she really spoke beautifully about where I stand on this issue. It would be nice if we didn't have to deal with this issue, but we do. She also recognized that there are people in the sex trade who want to be there, and there are people who are trafficked in the sex trade, and that you have to remember there are both kinds. I did not receive hundreds of emails. I did receive several, and some of them were from out of Saskatchewan. And I've spoken with community members who think that anything we can do to provide safety for people who need it would be what they would like to see. Prostitution in Canada is legal for the sex trade worker, but living off the avails of prostitution is considered criminal activity, and that's what's undergirding what we're doing now. At the Capital Commission conference last week, Vancouver told us that Airbnbs are now being used for trafficking purposes. So this is bigger than just body rub parlors. That's the tip of the iceberg. And we live in a country that makes it possible for many philosophies to live together in harmony. And so our public policy, which this is, has to follow the law, it has to be consistent with human rights, and it has to provide solutions to activities that affects the health and safety of its citizens. So these three things are what we're trying to do with this public policy. And so I would look forward to administration coming back to us with all of the detail of what a regulation might look like, and then we can proceed from there. I think that it was good to hear from all the people who came to speak to us this evening, because they feel strongly about this and they join with us in wanting people to be able to be safe. And so I'm going to support this main motion wholeheartedly because I think it's a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other speakers on the main motion? Have you spoken on the main motion?
No, I haven't, only on the amendments.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm being honest there. The plan
That's
from
good.
here,
That's good to
so,
know.
no, you guys were kind of giggling. I'm honestly, I haven't spoken on the main motion. The plan from here is once the administration has all of our input regarding what we want to see in this, we're looking at referring this main motion back to,
No, it says in
or are
the
you
main motion
voting
that they're
on
going to
it?
come back by the spring of 2020 with the regulatory framework, and they'll take into account our comments.
Okay. Okay, so I am not in favor of tax dollars going to fund, license, regulate, whatever you want to call it, this trade. So I am opposed to this, and I can't see us spending our tax dollars on this trade. I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, I just wanted to clarify something with respect to the zoning versus the licensing. The licensing regime that we were talking about with respect to how a licensing program would work, that was going to come back in March 31st. Right now, the way the motion's written is that the zoning bylaw amendments, as they're written, would come forward in advance of that in order to implement or be affected. We can bring it all together, but that was the intent, was to do that separately.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah. Councillor Young, in a point of order?
One of the things that I was going to, the amendment that I was going to bring forward would put it in the industrial area, because this would be able to be done right away, which means that the body rub parlors that exist in the neighborhood zones now would have to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And so this would take immediate action. And there were a lot of people who spoke about the difficulties of having it in neighborhoods. So that's why I was bringing that forward. I knew there was a good reason why I was bringing it forward, because it would mean action now.
Mm-hmm. So the administration, you're saying that that's separate, you would not be reporting on that? That you should have a comprehensive referral back to us on the whole regulatory regime, the enforcement side plus the planning side as well?
Through Your Worship, the way it was written is that we would bring the necessary bylaw amendments to put that use within the land use bylaw or the zoning bylaw in the right districts. We were going to do that in advance of the licensing. The licensing is separate from land use, so we were going to do that in advance. So Councillor Young is correct that the way it's written right now, we would be drafting the bylaw to allow it, excuse me, in the industrial and major arterial commercial areas, which is the MAC zones. So if that was not the wishes of council, then we would draft the bylaws to whatever zones that you would want this use to be allowed in. And the way it's written right now is it would be written in as a discretionary use.
Okay, we're getting on some procedures here, so I guess I want to make sure, I guess the assumption by members of council is that we're going to have a list given to the administration, both for land use and for the licensing. You would come back with information so we could comment on that. And I think that's what we're looking for, so I'm assuming that that's what we're all looking for.
No.
I know. No, I know that. I'm just saying other previous discussions. Councilor Young would have brought an amendment forward.
Well, actually, it's in writing, and we could look at it if you wanted to, but I knew that the land use could happen now, and that it was going to happen now. So do we want discretionary decision-making as opposed, and do we want it to be in MAC areas as well as industrial areas? And I personally don't, so that's why I was bringing an amendment forward.
Okay. So I guess the question I have to the administration is can you bring back the amendment on land use to this council first so we can have that discussion? It may come at a separate time from the licensing portion of it.
Through your worship, that's right. We
Okay.
can do it. It'll go through the RPC, would be the
Okay.
typical process that we would go through with regards to the zoning bylaw amendments.
RPC?
Are
Planning
you
Commission?
satisfied with that? You go to the planning commission.
Yes.
You know, I have a problem with that because the Planning Commission hasn't been part of all of this. And then to lay that on that table, I think would not be fair. I think either we pass the motion as it is and it goes into the MAC areas and it's a discretionary use, or we make a decision to put it in industrial areas with a permitted use so it doesn't keep coming back to council each time. That's what my
No, I
amendment
understand.
was.
Sure, and I'm just the
Yeah.
mechanism doesn't have to be planning
I have
commission.
trouble taking it to Planning Commission. We would have to start from scratch.
Well, I guess some guidance from the administration, you could come back to executive committee or planning and priorities.
Through your worship, whichever, we can bring it back to one of the main
Could you
committees
bring
of
it
council.
to planning and priorities?
Planning and priorities?
Because then we could take action sooner rather than later. We don't have to wait till March. We can say, this is where it's going to be.
Okay, so you got your relief then? You okay? Okay, good. So I want to stick to this list of speakers, and Councillor Bresciani speaks, and I believe you're after that. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I also had asked about the residential zoning, and would that fit in there too? The residential bordering, like in the zone, schools, churches, daycares. I asked about the residents, so multi-use and single-family homes. Would that be included in there as well? In B1.
Yeah, through your worship. So if it is a zoned residential, it wouldn't be allowed in that land use zone because it would only be allowed in a commercial building zoned properly or an industrial zoned building. The separation distances would be, we could do separation distances from residential is something that could be done.
Yeah, that's my question, but wouldn't it fit in there? Is that the same report you're talking about bringing back?
So my understanding, maybe I could recap what my understanding is to come back with a report that outlines the zoning options with things just as what you're noting right now, and we'll have those options for you when we bring the bigger report back to priorities and planning and priorities.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, well, I'll keep it short. It's been a long night. I want to say thank you to the delegations, many people who wrote in, sent in emails. And I still support a full ban. I participated in trying to, we're not going to get anywhere by not participating in trying to make it better with this, I guess, this new motion that we're looking at. But in all of my research, I will tell you that the women who were in the trade and got out support a full ban. And that's why I supported that tonight. Regulation has not worked in some of the other, it's a lot of work and takes a lot of money. I agree with Councillor Bryce. What's it going to cost? That should be coming back as well. Taxpayer dollars, 310,000, it's going to keep growing. So I'll leave it there, but I won't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Having recently lost the vote on standing up, I will stand. And I want to make 2 points. One is, I'm not sure this doesn't have to go back to Planning Commission. Planning Commission is a different body, and I'm not sure what its jurisdiction is, but its jurisdiction may well be over zoning. So as the administration is doing its research, is to check whether or not we are trespassing on the jurisdiction of Planning Commission. But the point I really want to make is this. This is now very complex. We're changing the zoning, we're changing the regulation may affect the zoning. This is simply not something we can vote on tonight with any degree of certainty or with any degree with any degree of clarity. There's great confusion here. I think the only thing that can be done in this is to refer this motion back to the administration. They now have all the opinions on what we think about this amendment and that amendment, and this zoning and that zoning. I'd rather they took it away and brought back a rational, fully costed program. This is going to take some time. That seems to be reasonable given the complexity. So I will move a referral motion that this motion referred back to the administration.
Yes.
That's what I'm speaking to.
Okay. Motion is not debatable. Referral motion to refer this back to the administration. Call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Just a few things, and I want to point out, yes, there's going to be costs involved, but could the administration also in this cost that is going to come back, also give us an approximate cost of closing down 19 massage parlors based on a one-year litigation and a per cost of each one? If they'd have a ballpark figure of $500,000 each or whatever it would cost to go through our system, the provincial, the federal, the court system, because that's a fact that the residents need to know as well if we're going to talk cost and ongoing cost, because as soon as another one opens up and we go and shut them down, now it's a cost to the city to go in there and shut that 20th one down and 21st one down. And so if we could have administration do an amendment or just a friendly dollar figure, if when they're going to put it into what the city is, we're saying, we've had people ask that we want to know what the cost is of doing the licensing. Well, I want to know what it is if we didn't do the licensing and we banned them, what's the cost going to be in the courts? So if somebody could put that together for one particular one, and we can times it by 19.
I don't know how we can do that, Councillor Flagel. I don't know. That's the
He's got somebody has to have a ballpark.
I'm not sure what that. I think the report speaks of a ban, about $350,000. It's in the report already.
To ban?
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying.
That's to ban.
No, that's not to ban. That's not to ban 19 of them.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Not banning one of them, it's banning all of them.
Okay, my mistake. Then I was thinking that was cost to license them was $310,000.
Roughly, that's right. It's in the report.
To license them.
And to ban. It's the same, you need the personnel to ban.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. But we're voting, okay, so all of this taken into account, this should just be a friendly amendment to our administration to put this program together. And if we bring it back to planning and priority, I'm okay with that. And what we should end up doing is, because we're getting into the weeds here, and we need to decide on this tonight, vote on this tonight, as I think we're going to, because the referral was defeated, and just move forward and let administration do their work, and then we can move on, and in March we'll get a full report back. So that's all I'm going to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. There's no other speakers that I see on the main motion. Councillor Stevens, you don't want to close debate, do you? Okay. Councillor
Are we
Young?
now, are we now voting to put them in the MAC area and the industrial area as a discretionary use? Is that
No.
what we're voting on? Because that's what the main motion says.
No, the main motion doesn't say. The main motion is, as you see it up here, these are,
The recommendations committee.
That's, and that's
Right.
exactly what it says.
but the report that comes back that the administration is doing both on zoning will come to priorities and planning, which will deal with your issue that you raised and Councilor Bresciani raised. Also coming back later will be the licensing portion of this. Will come back as a separate report. So we're
Okay,
not
and
voting,
That is written there. Okay,
okay?
okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't voting for the main motion as written in the report.
We're not,
If I can just,
Mr. Clerk. This is
I
pretty
hope,
straightforward.
through you, Your Worship, I hope this clarifies it to you, Councillor Young, because you have been talking about making an amendment to the industrial zone, but none of your colleagues have seen that. So I think that's where there's a bit of lag happening here. So as if I can get the deputy clerk to continue to scroll down to parts, this is the stuff, part B here, 1 and 2, those are the things that you were looking to make amendments to, as I understand it, correct? Unless a motion or an amendment is made to that tonight, nothing's going to change and it will come back later.
We'll come back later and we can change it later.
Yes. Both for priorities and planning for the land use issues and back
Okay.
to council for the licensing issue. So we'll all have a chance to put in, this is a list of the laundry list of what you want to have included. And
Okay.
the administration will bring that forward. So I think we're clear. So I think if we're all okay, Councillor
So we're
Flego.
going to vote on licensing
We're voting on the main motion in the report.
to license.
To license, yes. To
Double
license.
check.
So this is closing debate now. 3 minutes to close debate.
Confirmation that precisely what's coming back. And second, what is the jurisdiction for it to come back after we've already approved it at council?
I can answer that question because the motion says the administration will come back with a report on the details of the regulatory side of the licensing as well as the land use issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at priorities and planning, we will have an opportunity to further amend as per Councillor
Yes.
Young's proposal.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Exactly right. Yep.
Point that I've pressed for many months. It's now past 10 o'clock. I move in the motion of adjournment.
I wonder if you get a seconder for that one. Not so much. Okay, so let's call the question. You close debate. No further debate. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Bryce moves it. You second it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great evening, what's left of it.